Hello, 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 hello. Are y'all telling me my music was not playing? Are you telling me I did it again? I thought if I removed the picture, y'all would enjoy the music better. But I guess when I removed the picture, it stopped y'all from hearing also? I'm telling you, I'm going to get better with this. I am so sorry. Did y'all at least hear some of it? Okay, well, I'm going to add my guests up. Y'all can unmute.
Hello, everybody. Hey, Cookie. Hey, Anna.
Hi. I wish you
Hello.
maybe I should have left y'all up here so y'all can say, hey, ain't no music.
I
Oh my,
I sent you a message in the chat, but maybe you didn't see it. But we
I
did
did
hear
until I
some of
seen
it.
DD say, where the music go? I'm like, okay.
Yeah, we did hear some of it. We heard like the beginning, and then it was a break, and then we heard like some of the end of the runs at the run
Uh,
part of the music. Then it
well,
went out
thank
again.
God it's not a lot of people in here because I'm so embarrassed. So each time I learned, I thought if I took the picture down, you would still be able to hear it. So I
Mhm.
gotta try to figure out how can I large the picture, I guess. Or really I wanted you know what I was trying to do. But anyways, hello Anna, welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah,
You're
we can hear you.
you're a little low, but it's okay. I think we can hear you okay. Um so first I would like to welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome and blessings to you, DV Wild. Welcome. Johnny and Frankie, welcome. How are you today? I pray y'all had a beautiful day, even though it's raining over where I'm at. I'm not sure about y'all, but we got some ugly, ugly weather. Um, but I don't know if I want to just jump into anything. I have my daughter-in-law, Anna, who's going to share her story with y'all, and I have my beautiful Carla, that's going to be my specialist. She's going to
Don't
help me
say
with
that.
this. Yes, for those big words that I can't pronounce, and also she's very informative on it. She specialized in this. Well, I'll let you give your background on that. But for Anna, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Um, okay,
She's
well,
blushing right now.
no, I mean, you didn't tell me how to do all this.
Okay, okay, okay. I won't put you.
I mean, I'm not sure what you really want to know, but
Well, I just wanted you to get a little relaxed. I don't want you to be nervous. This is a friendly crowd, and everybody's here because they're interested in knowing what we're going to talk about. So we're going to talk about surrogation, secrecy. I can't say. I shouldn't say
seriously.
Surrogacy. Uh-huh.
surrogacy. And what surrogacy is, it's when someone carries another woman's egg for another set of parents. There's, and I'm gonna let Carla because I see I'm already messing it up. I'm gonna let Carla explain to y'all the difference between traditional um, surrogacy and gestational. Did I say that right?
Gestational carrier. Yes.
Yeah.
So surrogacy is when a woman is inseminated with what we in the industry call the intended father. So the intended father is always going to be, or the intended mother are always going to be the ones that are going to receive the baby in the end. So if you all hear me say that throughout my portion of the conversation, you'll understand what I'm saying when I say that. So there is a in infertility. We have something that we call the host. The host is the body that holds the baby. There are multiple ways of holding that baby, and there are multiple ways of achieving holding that baby. And so, surrogacy is one way. And with surrogacy, generally, it is the egg of the carrier, the woman. It is her egg, and it is the sperm of the intended father.
What's the time?
Excuse me. So the intended mother. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. The intended mother is doesn't have any biological connection to the child. The biological connection comes from the surrogate. And that's what happens in surrogacy. When the host is a gestational carrier, it can happen one of two ways. One, the biology of the egg could belong to the gestational carrier, or the egg could belong to an egg donor and then transferred into a gestational carrier. So there are multiple ways to achieve this, but what we're going to talk about primarily tonight is surrogacy because that was Anna's journey in this process.
Okay. So, Anna, what I wanted to do is first, if it's okay with you, go by maybe step by step before we start asking certain questions. Um, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Can you describe what your pre-screening was about?
Okay, so I went through an agency. You can do like without the agency. So maybe if it's like someone you know that's having, going through infertility. But I went through an agency because at the time, and even really right now, I don't personally really know anyone who was struggling trying to have a baby.
Hmm.
So I don't know. It was just one of those things like when you know how you think about something and then next thing you know it pops up on your Facebook. That's basically how it
Right.
happened. Um, and I just came across this agency. They're actually located in New Jersey. It's called Reproductive Possibilities. And, just like everything else, you just kind of fill out a little, hey, I'd like more information type of thing. And
Right.
I had to fill out an application, which is, your typical name, date of birth, address, you know, how many kids have you had or live births have you had? Um, a little bit of your medical history, if you've had any abortions, if you've had any major surgeries, if you've had any complications during pregnancy or deliveries with any of your kids.
Right. That was
Um,
my next question to ask you about the medical record. Was that done, like you said, when you filled out the application, or was that
well,
once
it
you came into
wasn't,
their office?
I mean, there's two different parts because this is just like your application, like your typical, first let's see what you think type of thing. Because then it even asks question like, how many embryos would you carry? One or two? Would you carry for a gay couple? Would you carry for a Muslim couple? Would you carry for a white couple, a Jewish couple? All types of these questions. Um, they ask, would you do certain type of testing? Like, if and when you're pregnant, would you do certain testing? Would you terminate one? Like let's say it multiplied and the parents said, "Oh no, I only want the one. I don't want two or three." But it multiplied. Would you terminate one? Things like that. So
Okay.
that was the actual application that I filled out on their website, and then I
Right.
set up a phone call with them where it was just me and them, and it was literally the same questions. Just if I had questions about a certain, like if there was a certain testing or procedure that they asked about that I wasn't too sure about, she
Right.
kind of went in depth with it, um, things like that.
So when you
But
when you called in and talked with them, was this did you know how you do those tests for jobs and they ask you the same question but in different ways? Did you feel as though they would ask you the same question to see if your answer would be the same as your application?
no, because it was more like she told you up front. I'm going to ask the same questions, but
Hmm.
on the paper application, it's yes or no. It doesn't really let you explain.
Okay.
But with the like I said, this was because they're in New Jersey. This was just over the phone. With the over the phone interview application, it was you can explain if you'd like.
Right.
So like for example, I remember the one question was like, would you terminate a pregnancy?
Hmm.
And I told her, I don't I don't really care, because it's not my kid, right? So what does it matter? Um,
Right.
like things like that. So I was able to explain because let's say I hit no, you know, whatever. Like you can just kind of go in depth
Right, right.
more, and then that'll match you with a couple, what we call, an intended parent, or parent,
Mm-hmm.
based off of the answers that I had. So then once I finished with that part, that's when they ask for like my medical, like proof basically of my medical history, um, delivery papers from the hospital or from the doctor that when I had my child or children, however many I had.
So you had
Um,
to bring them that information. They didn't go and ask, like have a consent form and they would get it from your doctors. You actually brought it into them.
uh, yeah, I mean, I did have some issue because like with my live child, I guess, because that's kind of how they put it. So with my live child, I only have one. Um, she was like 5 years old at the time,
Mm-hmm.
and the provider that delivered her was no longer in practice for himself. At the time, he was, a provider in his own office, but
Right,
he's going to retire soon, so he kind of was like, okay, I'm going to give this up and just go with an established one and just kind of do a few days rather than every day. So by the time I got to the surrogacy part, I couldn't access my medical records with him specifically because he wasn't a practice anymore.
right.
So I had to contact the hospital, and they helped me with that. Even like with my insurance,
Uh-huh.
because they wanted to know specifically if there I have any coverage for like any of the surrogacy or the testing that I had to do prior to the transfer.
Right.
Um, they wanted to see if there was any coverage through my medical insurance, and so I remember I had some. It was tricky trying to get the information that they wanted, so I just gave her permission in a sense to contact my health insurance to get that information, and she got it. Um,
So when it comes to the medical, when it comes,
Can I, Cookie? Can
yeah.
I interject just one quick because I wanted to
Oh,
just ask
yes.
her
Go
a
ahead. You
question.
go ahead.
I'm sorry. So Anna, when you talked about them and asking you to obtain your medical records, was there a series of testing that you still had to complete prior to qualify to let them know if you were, because even though you provided them with your medical history, were there some a series of testing in order for them to determine that you were suitable to be a surrogate?
the only, I guess, testing that I had to do, which it wasn't really a test, it was more a physical test, was I just had to go to my doctor, and they essentially did like a pelvic exam, but like internally, kind of like she just kind of felt around in my uterus basically to say like I can physically carry a child, like I still have my uterus, things like that. It
Mhm.
was like 5 minutes, if that, and then she
Excuse
just
me.
filled out a paper saying like she was examined on blah 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 date and she's good to go, and then I sent that over to them. That was the only test, I guess. Oh, and I did. Well, see, we're not there yet.
Well,
um
it might be my
So
next question.
so I asked that question because I want us to like be as informative as we can to, because every journey is different, and that's what's so unique about fertility treatment. Anna, if that's all she had to do, that was great, because most patients, most candidates for surrogacy, they have to go through a series of testing depending on what fertility center they're utilizing, because
Mhm.
every fertility center has different standards.
Right.
So, depending on what fertility center they're utilizing, there is a series of testing and workup that they have to go through. And generally, the surrogate or the gestational carrier or the egg donor has to go through the same type of fertility workup that a woman who wants to have a baby of her own would go through and is having trouble having a baby of her own. So that series of testing would be like a day 3 blood work and ultrasound. I don't know if that's what you were referring to, Anna. Did they do it like on a day 3 of your cycle?
well, I wasn't there yet. I'm trying to
Oh,
do it
okay.
like by how
By
I did
step.
it step by step.
Right.
Yeah, so that way I don't forget anything.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Oh, okay. 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 Yeah, because it's a workup that has. That's what I was wondering. Like before. I know you had to fill out like the questionnaires and get that part done, but once you got to the part where you had to determine if you were medically qualified to be a surrogate, was there any, like, what was that process like?
Um, well, that was from what I can remember. I mean, other than like someone coming to see where I live, um, I'm pretty sure that was it. I just had to do that physical test
Mm-hmm.
and then just submit, my prior delivery or deliveries. Um, and then that was it. And then they put me on the carrier list.
Okay, yeah, because so the standard workup, the standard workup for fertility, for any type of fertility treatment for any woman, whether the woman is going to be in a position of, like I said, a surrogate, a gestational carrier, or a donor, or whether she's doing it for her own self, it is for her to do a day three blood work. That's the first. That's how it starts. So every woman knows that the first day of her cycle is the first day that she has free flow, free flowing menstrual. Right. That's day one. um, on day three, the reason why the blood work is done on day three and the ultrasound is done on day three is because it wants to see how many follicles your ovary produces. Now, what generally happens during the general cycle is you produce multiple follicles on your ovaries, but only one of them releases in a typical circumstance. Sometimes two. And one and one might release from the same from the two ovaries. But generally, for most months, for most women on normal cycles, they only have one of those follicles released. It is important for fertility specialists to see how many follicles are being produced on day three, because when in Anna's situation, it wasn't as important because she was a surrogate, only looking to inseminate. But in situations where the more evasive procedure needs to be done, which is IVF, in vitro fertilization, they need to see how many follicles are produced because they need to know what type of injectable medications to use in order to grow those follicles so that all of those follicles will release down so that they can aspirate, which means they're going to take a needle and move and remove those follicles. That way they can get more embryos. So they do the day three blood work for those reasons. Also, day three blood work can also show them signs. Day three blood work and ultrasound can show them signs of other underlying medical conditions for infertility. So that's why that's an important part of the workup. And it's important when looking at a surrogate, a gestational carrier, or an egg donor, because these things can also disqualify them from being able to do any of those three things. Um, the HSG is a hysterosalpingogram, and it's where they look at the tubes of the woman. They look at the tubes. A sonohistogram is when they look at the uterus of the woman. And then they can do an endometrial biopsy to make sure that no endometriosis is present. All of these things in the semen analysis is normally done on a male, on whoever the male is going to be, that is going to be part of the insemination process um, of the procedure. So they look at the sperm to make sure that the sperm is okay. They normally, typically now these days, do a sperm wash on it so they can make sure that they see the natural quality of the sperm after a sperm wash. And
So this
so
is
these
this is like what she went through. Did they?
so well so I that's why I'm trying to find out from Anna, because it depends on the fertility center what the standards are for their surrogates and gestational carriers and donors. So
So
that's
did
why
she
I was interested in her describing that process.
right?
So yeah, because I think that that's something interesting that people would want to know.
Did you have to do all that? Do you know if they did all that, the scraping and washing and stuff, Anna? Anna, are you there? Oh, I think she.
Yeah, sorry. No, I muted myself. Um, I had testing done, but this was after we already matched um, with the intended parents and did all that.
So
So
when you
yeah.
say match, that has nothing to do with the blood and all that. That's just
No, this
y'all
is just
agreed
like
on the, y'all agreed on the
yeah.
same
Well, that
questionnaire.
we spoke. Essentially, we met, but it was all like over a phone call.
Okay.
Um, And then, we all had to be like the intended parents, both of them had to be on the line, and then me and Don Ray had to be on the line.
Oh, I forgot.
Um,
Welcome my son Don Ray. He's on the panel as well.
Hello, Don Ray.
oh yeah, so that's my husband. So we both had to be on the line, and then both of the parents, the intended parents, had to be on the line, and then
Hi
the
everyone. My bad, I'm late.
oh, you wasn't late. I saw you earlier.
Well, saying hi to everybody.
Uh, but then that's when we matched. Yes, when we all agreed, like, yeah, they're cool, and yeah, they're cool. I want to do it with them, and vice versa. Once
Do
we
it with
got
them.
matched, well, I
Do
mean,
it with
Not
them.
like that, Cookie.
this is intimate.
So was there a psychological screening that you had to go through?
Dang, y'all, can I just talk my steps?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So,
Because
Sorry.
my question because I think you're going to answer them then. Go ahead, because I think I got meeting the parents and everything. So just go ahead, girl, because I got the questions I thought I was going to need to ask. But go ahead, you
well,
got
I
this.
mean, when like, yeah, it's yeah, um, yeah. So after we matched, um, what did we do, Don Rizzo? Oh, we went to where their fertility clinic, which it was in Connecticut.
Hmm.
We're in Pennsylvania, so we had to go to Connecticut. Um, and that's where they did STD testing on me and Don Ray. They did a little bit more invasive testing on me. Um, but just with Don Ray, they did STD testing because that's something that could transfer from him to me um, throughout the process. So we both did that type of testing. They did a little bit more blood testing on me. Honestly, it was so much, I don't even remember what all it was. And then they did do, they looked at my little ovaries or whatever. Um, and during that visit, because we were there overnight, I think, like one like today to tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
We did speak to like a psychologist, psychiatrist person. I don't know what she was, but she was one of those mental health people. And she kind of just asked us questions, and same thing. It was me and Don Ray. We were there, and the intended parents. Um, they don't live here, so they zoomed in, and
You want to share
we all
where they lived?
no,
No. Okay.
They just lived out of the country. That's it.
yeah,
That's what I was
Double
going to
um,
ask.
blessing.
Okay, yeah.
Double
yeah.
blessing. So you
So
spreading
they
blessings all over the world.
Um, so they zoomed in, and we kind of all just talked in a sense of like a group therapy type of thing.
Right.
Hi.
Hi, Tina Buttercup. That's my grandbaby, y'all. Go ahead, Anna. I'm
Um,
sorry.
and it wasn't really anything. No, hold on. It wasn't anything too crazy, but she asked questions like um she asked questions like what are you gonna do with the money type of thing. I guess more so just trying to see like, are you poor?
Wow. Is that how
Because
you took it when she said it?
well, I mean,
Like,
she didn't say it like that, but it was just like, so what do you plan to do with the money? Because of course it's like a thing of like, hold on, this is like a serious thing. Like, I mean, there's nothing wrong to do it for the money, but it's like you could die,
right. Well, can
so
I,
like
can I
it's
interject for 1 minute? Because I forgot to ask, should have asked you this from the beginning. Why did you do it?
Man, she was talking about this for years, like since 2014.
I
She was on
know.
my she was on
I
my
just
case
want other
about
people to
this.
hear it.
You know.
Hi, everyone.
Hi
Hi,
Tina.
Hello.
and her daddy.
Yeah, I like.
Hi Tina.
You on the
Okay,
bottom.
hold on, hold on.
I
Um,
don't see the
all right, all right.
bottom.
Here, let's sit down. Let's go sit on the couch. But you gotta turn your iPad off. Why did I do it? I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of one of them people that even before being pregnant, because I this is
You were
something I
born
wanted
to
to
do
do.
this.
Yeah, basically, like I wanted to be pregnant, but I didn't want the baby.
hmm
Sit down.
That's common. That is very common. amongst women of why women do decide to do it. They like that feeling of being pregnant, but don't want to necessarily keep continuing to increase their family. So that's a very common reason for people to do it. From a professional standpoint, we get that a lot.
Because I will share with you that I know Anna, I've been knowing Anna for 16 years, and her and my son have been together for 16 years. And I know she used to say she didn't want to have kids. She didn't think she would be good with kids. But what did you want to go to college for, Anna? And what did you wind up doing? And she's a perfect mother, I must say. She raised a perfect little grandbaby. So sometimes we don't choose what our calling is. You know what I mean? And like she said, she doesn't know why she did it, other than the fact that she knew she wanted to do it, but didn't want to have kids of her own. That's a blessing.
Well, see,
Go
and
ahead.
that's what's funny. I mean, I'm not saying that's why I had my baby, but one of the requirements once you start looking at it is you have to have your own child that lives with you.
Also, a person that's not a mother could not do it.
I mean, even if you're a stepmother, like you have to have been pregnant and do a live delivery. That's why I say live delivery, because that's what they call it.
Yeah,
Oh,
a live birth.
Yeah, yeah, you
but
have to
that's
be a parent, basically,
so. Would
a
that be
Well, I'm gonna
biological
tell you.
parent.
Let me tell you why those things are, because I know you guys know it from you, and you know it from a experience, like field experience. You did it, but when they asked you about your financial situation, it was predominantly because what they can find what can happen is people who get into it for financial reasons may not want to give the baby up at the end.
Oh, see, I was
And you know
thinking
what? I
you
didn't even
couldn't
think of
have
that, but that
kids
is,
for some
yeah, that's true.
reason. I
Yes,
thought you could not. Then you.
and because there are no laws for surrogacy and for gestational carrier donor egg laws in most states, so they rely on adoption laws. And the in the state of the person who delivers the baby is the mother,
Regardless of who
regardless.
eggs or sperms they belong to.
Right. Regardless of whether the egg, what we call in an industry called products of conception, right? So the egg, which is one product of conception, if the egg might not belong to the woman who's carrying it, but because she delivers the baby, she's still the mother. So because they have to use the guidelines of adoption laws in states because they don't have um laws that deal with this. Why this has not been rectified yet, I don't know. Probably not the proper lobbying happening, but it's because they don't have laws. It can end up having these couples in a quagmire at the end, because the mother who delivers the baby, based on whatever state it is, has the right within whatever that grace window period is, 90 days, even though you have a legal contract. The legal trunk contract doesn't supersede what the state law is on adoption. So that mom could keep the baby. So that's one reason why they asked you about your economic status and why you were doing it. If you were doing it for the money, and when the psychiatrist is asking you that, they're asking you that because it could possibly disqualify you depending on what you say that status is. And then they want you to have had a baby on your own, similarly for the same similar reason, so that you what it might do to your psychological state, having to give a baby away, not having a baby of your own. So that's two of the main reasons why they are really asking those questions.
Did they ask you questions in that, in, somewhere around that forum, Anna?
Just like the money thing, but I don't really remember the. I mean, I remember that one kind of stuck out because I thought it was a little funny, and then I remember she asked like. I actually don't remember what she asked, but I remember she said something about I don't even dye my hair. Remember that? Because it was more of a thing of like, I don't
Yeah, I remember that.
like the whole chemicals thing, like you're putting chemicals in your body and on yourself. I was like, I don't do that, I don't even wear makeup. Like,
So, Don Ray, did you feel as much as part when Anna was going through these questionings? Was there any particular question you remember that they asked you, or were they
Nah, I
mainly just focused
mean,
on
I remember everything, but particularly, towards me, nothing really. Everything was really pretty basic when it came to me, and then just more seeing how me and Anna were as a family, and if we were both on the same page as far as multiple different reasons, as in agreeing to do this, are we both happy about it, or things like that. But I mean, nothing was really just towards me. I was just a support system for Anna, and then just was able to go through the experience and enjoy it with her and the intended family.
Okay. Okay, Anna, go ahead. I'm sorry. We didn't mean to interrupt you. So you're at the phase of like the questionings when you went to your first visit.
When we went to the fertility clinic for the first time. I
Right.
mean, no, yeah, that was it. They just did STD testing. They did an ultrasound real quick, and then they did the little mental health counseling
That was
therapy
after
thing.
you met the parents or before the attendant?
Well, physically, I didn't meet them at this point. It was just this would have been technically the third time that I spoke to them, but second time that I saw them on Zoom.
Okay. Now what happened with the legal stuff? Like how
Okay,
do that work?
so then after the fertility clinic cleared me, um, because they even like look at your BMI and all of that. So, but after they cleared me, that's when we started the whole legal thing. So we went to the fertility clinic in October, and then I remember like right around Thanksgiving was when we signed the contract.
Hmm.
I think it was like 35 pages or something like that.
Oh my God.
And I read every single page. Okay, first of all, I'm signing this.
Everyone?
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, I like to know what I'm signing. I'm not just gonna sign it. Donray didn't read it, but
I
he
just
can't be
signed. I
trusted.
just signed it. I said, with goodwill and faith in God, they not gonna do nothing funny.
You followed your life lead, huh?
Yeah, I followed my wife. And you know how I go.
No, yeah. I mean, specifically in the contract, like it's obviously it talks about like compensation. Um, it talks about testing, just like blood work, to see if there's something wrong with me, if there's something wrong with the fetus, and even like things like drug testing. There's something wrong with Dom, right? Well, I mean, yeah, even when it was kind of with him, but mostly, about me as far as like the testing.
Well,
Uh,
now that little Tina says something, how much of a part does she play in this?
well, we'll get to that.
Okay, go ahead.
Did you pick up all the cards? Um, so yeah, the contract, I mean, it was pretty standard, I guess, in my eyes. Like I said, it talked about testing, drug testing. It talked about the
Excuse me.
compensation. It talked about things like, let's say something happens to the intended parent, who then has guardianship of them. Um, it talks about if something happens to me, and let's say they put me on life support, that the intended parents would pay for my life support up until I deliver, and then after that, basically, it's on my family.
Wow.
It talks about that I'm required to have life insurance. Um, Obviously, that they'll pay for everything medically.
So what was it like
Um,
y'all pay and then they reimbursed you when the bill came or something? Kind of like
so
that?
when it came to things like certain, when it came to things like vitamins, stuff that I just get at the store, yes, I put in for reimbursement for that. But when it came to things like, oh, I went to the doctor's office,
When can we go
um,
upstairs?
let's go. Like if I went to, which was technically after the contract was signed, because at this point I hadn't really gone anywhere that had a bill.
Right.
Um, but once the contract was signed, and I had to get like blood testing because they would monitor my levels and everything. Um, my health insurance didn't cover that. So then yes, they would send the bill to me, but I would just send it to them and then they would pay for it. Not the parents though, technically. The surrogacy agency would pay it.
Right.
Because, that's the whole point of the agency is so that the parents give them the money and then they make sure everything gets done.
Right. Right. Right.
Like there's technically no money exchange from them to me. It's
Right.
from the agency to me.
And that would be like you're buying a baby.
Right.
Yes, you're
So,
absolutely right, Cookie, and that's illegal. So that's
mhm.
why the agency is the third party because that is illegal. So you was spot on. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, no, they can go. Go ahead. Yeah, so technically, yeah, it wasn't when I say they, it wasn't the parents, it was the agency. Same
Right.
thing with the compensation. It all came from the agency. Any reimbursement that I had put in came from them as well. Uh, Even if I had like issues, I went to the agency, which I never really had an issue.
Right.
But I would ask them because of course the parents. I mean, not to say that they don't want to hear about this, of course, but they can't do nothing but tell me, oh, call the lady that I spoke to from the agency. Her name was Patricia. Patricia can help you. You know what I mean? And especially because they're not even really from America or live here, so they don't even know, our health insurance rules or you know hospital how anything works here really. So
Right.
it was
So
always
was it just
with
one
them.
person you particularly like you had a point person? It wasn't like you call and you had to deal with a whole bunch of different people. You had one agent person that dealt with your case.
Yeah.
Unless
So
maybe
I
it was a name
well,
of it.
it was just a coordinator. So basically, from excuse me, from the match call up until the very end, it was the same person,
So did
Patricia.
they ever reach out to you to do like a checkup to see how you were doing, or you just contacted them when you needed to, if you had issues with something, like an updated, um, you know what I mean, like updates on how your pregnancy going, like every other month or something to that nature.
See, you getting too far ahead now. Now you're in a pregnancy. We're
I'm
not there yet.
sorry. This is a
But
long process,
She
man.
said she didn't get there yet, Cookie. You
oh,
moving too fast.
and no, it's funny though because they tell you that once when you do that first phone call with the interview application with the agency. When I did that first phone call with the agency only,
Uh huh.
um, she tells you this is like an 18-month process. Like this is not just gonna happen. It's like give or take 5 to 9 months just to do this part, and then
Uh huh.
obviously the 9 months of the pregnancy.
Right.
So yeah, because I mean I applied before COVID technically in 2019, but
Uh
then all
huh.
of that happened, so it kind of just stopped. The world stopped, right? So then I they reached out to me again at the end of like 2021, the beginning of 2022, and that's when I started doing all of this. So we're still in like 2022 as far as
Okay.
process wise.
Right.
Like when we went to Connecticut the first time, that was in October of 2022. When we signed the contract, that was November of 2022.
Mhm.
January of 2023, we that's when they were monitoring me to see like what my levels were, as far as if I needed to do the injections.
Mhm.
And thankfully, I was like ovulating on time the way I was supposed to. So we did a natural cycle. That's what the doctor suggested, doing a natural cycle with me.
So the
Just
injections is because they need to get your cycle on a certain time?
basically.
Okay. Okay.
Well, so the injection, yeah, if they needed to get it on a certain time, and it also it was Anna, like I said, she could have babies on her own, but
Mhm.
for some women who cannot, they need help in order for that follicle to grow properly.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's what the injections does.
Okay.
They sent me all the medication because like they sent me all the medication in like December, only because their words, if you do the blood test today, you need to inject yourself today.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it
Right.
needs to be refrigerated. So this isn't something that you can just like, this comes from a specialty pharmacy. You
Yes.
can't just go to Giant and get it.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
So they like same day mailed it to me. I had to put it in the fridge right away. And
Mhm.
so that way when I went to go do the blood testing in January, if it wasn't where it was supposed to be at, they just call me and say, "Hey, you need to take the injection right, today."
Right. Right.
Um, but thankfully I didn't have to do any of that. So we just did a natural cycle. And then at the end of January, um, we went to Connecticut. Literally, like I think I did the blood testing on Friday,
Mm-hmm.
and they called me at the end of the day and said, "Okay, you're going to be here Wednesday."
Wow.
Like it was that, because this is something that like when you ovulate, it's only for like a few days,
Right.
Yeah,
you
72
know.
hours you had. Yep.
Yeah.
And did they did did they you wanna know what it just left my mind. It was something you said and I wanted to ask you right there. It'll come back to me. Go ahead. I lost it real quick.
Um. But yeah, so then, yeah, she called me. She's like, you need to be here Wednesday or whatever. Same thing. The coordinator Patricia, she did everything as far as like hotel. When we went in October and then from when we went in January, she organized all of that. I just we just drove up and checked in.
Right.
Oh, I know
um
what I wanted to ask you. So, okay, they told you to come. Did you have to go like to a local like doctor's office in order to get an ultrasound at all through your natural cycle? Like blood work and
mm,
ultrasound?
no, I don't. I think from when I did the last one in October when I was at the fertility clinic, I don't remember doing another ultrasound until.
Okay, yeah. So that's the distinction between also with natural cycles and then whether or not they do oral medication, which would be Clomid. Oral medication might be Clomid, and they might do that in order to get your cycle regulated for those women doing fertility treatment, and then they can also do a gonadotropin cycle. That's the injections. So that normally when that the way that Anna did it, that's why she didn't have to go get blood work and ultrasound every day. But if you find yourself in this process and you have to take Clomid, which is an oral medication, or take a gonadotropin like a follow stem or a gonal F, those are the injections. Then you will have to go into the doctor's office every single day for
Wow.
blood work and ultrasound because that's how they determine when you come in for insemination.
Yeah, I mean I did it. I mean I went a few times in January. I'd say a good 8 or 9, a good 8 or 10 times in the
And you
month
had
of
to go to
January.
Connecticut?
No, to get the blood
Oh,
work, and I just did that.
Local.
I actually just did it here at the hospital because
Yeah,
they have like
yeah.
the lab.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
wow. Okay.
Um,
That's what we typically do when we have a donor or somebody that's like out of the state or whatever, but they're matched with somebody that is like in our office.
mhm.
You can get it done locally. They give that they give the surrogate or the gestational carrier or the donor egg the egg donor the option to do it locally, and then the results just go to the main center.
Yeah,
Right.
I well,
Yeah.
it's funny though because they kind of had a hard time getting the results, so I would just send it to them. It was one of those
Oh,
things
you were
basically
so
like,
nice.
well, I mean, they have to know, but it was one of
Yeah,
those things.
yeah, but
Me
yeah.
me as the patient, because I'm local here, obviously it gets sent to my patient portal like right away.
Right, right,
And
right.
because they're out of state and it's, to here, they're like, oh no, we're going to send it to the ones in network first.
Right.
And so the fertility clinic wouldn't find out until like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and I knew at 11.
Yeah, and they needed to know right away because that's like I
Yeah.
said, when the insemination takes place, it's based on the results of that blood work and that ultrasound. Um, they don't have to ultrasound sometimes every day, but definitely the blood work has to be every day.
Yeah, yeah. I didn't go
Hmm.
every day for the blood work, but I remember I went at least 2 times a week.
Okay.
So yeah, it was about 8 times a
Hmm.
month, give or take. I had went, and but yeah, no, I would just screenshot like the results and just email it to them, and they'd be like, "Okay, you're good. You know, keep doing whatever whatever I'm doing." And at that point, they had me started taking what was it, progesterone
Yes, yes, because that helps the development
and
of the embryo.
estrogen, and I
Yes.
think that was the other one.
Yeah,
And
E
that
too. Hmm.
I had to insert it vaginally, which was so
Right.
gross.
It was a
But
No,
suppository.
you
yeah,
should have warned me on
it's
that.
so gross.
Um,
But that's what I
Anna,
had. That
did you? I might be going out of turn. I don't want to mess the story up, but did you get pregnant the first try, or did you have to?
That's what I was getting asked.
Okay.
all right. So let's get there. So
I'm so sorry.
so we get to Connecticut, and they did do another ultrasound just to make sure, like everything is looking good the way it's supposed to, my ovaries, whatever. Um, they transferred 2 embryos because the parents wanted twins, and yes, 2 weeks later we were pregnant.
Like I said, she was born for this.
Yes, that's a blessing.
Okay,
That's
so wait
a
a minute. So when what? Okay, so this is after the legal talk. So
Yeah, because
how
that
can
was in
they
November.
decide they want twins?
You
Isn't
said
that
what?
something they're supposed to agreed on? Or if you would have said no, then they wouldn't have been able to get their twins?
If I would have said no when I did that first interview and application, they would have never matched me with someone who wanted twins.
right,
Oh, so
right.
you did say you were you when you
I
answered those
I
questions.
I told them that I would transfer up to 2. I would not do 3. If it split by
Right,
itself to 3, I would keep
right,
it. But
Uh-huh.
right.
I did not want 3. I didn't want triplets unless it
Okay,
happened by itself.
so Anna, you did do IVF. You didn't do intrauterine insemination. You did IVF. You had your embryo, the
No, no, no,
embryos.
no. We did IUI. The embryo was already made. It was obviously a woman, right? She donated her eggs. Um,
Oh, so you did a frozen transfer cycle.
yes,
Okay, okay, okay. So yes, okay. So all of that is different. That so intrauterine insemination would be if it was your eggs and then they just inseminated the intended father's sperm, and then that's more like of a natural way. But it's just that you're inseminated in the office, but it's your egg. But what Anna did, I didn't realize this until now. That's why I wanted to stop and make the distinction. What she did was a frozen donor, she was a surrogate, but by way of a donor embryo frozen transfer cycle.
Is
Do
that correct,
you got
Anna?
that question? You got, yeah. So it was the egg of the intended mother, Anna.
well, this is all I'll tell you about the parents. It's
Okay.
2 dads.
Okay. Okay.
So no, there
So there
wasn't.
was a donor egg.
Yeah, so yeah, it was actually an
Okay.
egg donor, and she donated her eggs. That is one thing I will say, which is why we didn't do it that way. That's one thing I can't do. I cannot donate an egg. I will
Okay.
not donate
So
an egg.
Anna,
Ladies, so
so Anna would have been considered not a surrogate, but a gestational carrier. That's
yes,
where I want to make the distinction. She wasn't a surrogate because a surrogate is somebody who the product of conception belongs to her. In addition to the intended father giving the sperm or a donor sperm. It might not be the intended father. The intended father may not necessarily be the person who gave the product of conception, which is the sperm. Now, Anna, let me ask you this question. Now that you told me that, now I'm really interested. How did do you know which father sperm was utilized, or was it? Or was
Darissa,
it
you want to
mixed
tell him?
together? Was it mixed
Good
together?
question, Carla.
Darissa, you
Y'all
want to
gonna
tell
love
him?
this
Yeah,
answer.
I want to tell them.
You
Go
This
want
ahead
the
to
and
best
tell
say
him.
part.
yourself? Go ahead,
This the best.
Dominic.
This the best part.
This the best part. All right,
It was
so
mixed.
the eggs were donated from the same lady, so she donated multiple eggs because they wanted twins. And
Hmm.
then when I'm not a pro like Anna, so don't be judging me, y'all. Um,
He's like his mom.
so but they took one sperm from each guy and gave it to each egg.
Yes, yes,
So yeah, that was really dope. That
yes.
they'll,
They mixed the sperm. Yes,
But
yup,
look, if they have to separate, they ain't got to worry about fighting for the kids. One going to the real father, one going to another
no,
real.
no,
and they're
but
still
no,
brothers.
but
They're
also,
actually
so
brothers.
well
Oh,
in
yeah, I
some,
know they're brothers, yeah. But
well
I'm
in
just
Well, no,
some
saying,
because they share the
instances,
same mom, so that and then the ex. So yeah, I mean, it was dope.
and well in some instances, when you have uh two males as the intended parents because they are a couple, even if it's not one, even if they don't want two babies, if they want one, they still do that so that they won't know who the father is. They don't want to know. Do you get what I'm saying? Like in
Hmm.
your instance, you all had it where it was two embryos inseminated with each one of them, and you end up having two babies, one for one and one. But in some
Right.
instances, when they only want a single embryo transfer, that's what we call when they only transfer one embryo. They
Yep.
still mix the sperm. They mix it and then allow the in the petri dish they allow it to naturally come together, and then that way they don't know which one of them is really the biological father.
Yep. But no, yeah, in this one, it's like one is
Ye-
biologic. Each one
yes,
biologically has one,
yes, that's good, that's good.
and it
I'm
really
glad
works
I
one
out.
asked
of
that.
the reasons I just think this is such a blessing and a gift
Yeah.
because, a lot of people think certain ways about certain things, but who are we to not let people that's in love share the same thing that a normal couple would, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like
You mean a
it's just a
heterosexual
blessing all
couple?
the way around the world. I'm gonna say it again, around the world. You know? Go ahead, Ed. I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know what I was saying. What?
But it's also
We're
to
talking
show
about
you
the
how
sperm.
advanced technology is to be able to even do that. Like
Yeah,
a lot of people wouldn't. I don't think. Would you have told me that if I asked the question, or?
we would have gotten to it.
Oh, okay, okay,
I was itching, but I said I ain't gonna interrupt anymore because I couldn't wait for her to share
yeah.
that. I didn't know she was
I
going
was
to. I was like,
curious
please
after,
shut
yeah,
up.
because I thought that it was your eggs that you used. So when I found out
Oh
it was
no.
frozen, and then you said it was a dad, that was like the first thing on my mind because we have so many male couples that they do that. That's a normal thing to be done in
Mhm.
fertility.
Yeah, it was really it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
we
that's
didn't find
neat.
out until like later on down the road, like, when I'm already months pregnant. Um but yeah, that was really cool.
Okay, go ahead, Anna. We ain't interrupting no more. You got us speechless, baby.
You got our attention now.
Um yeah, no, but yeah, it thankfully they both took. And even after we did the transfer at the end of January, I still had to take the progesterone and the estrogen. I think for like 2 or 3 weeks after. I think it was just 2 weeks.
Now, what is that for? What is that supposed to do to keep
Well, your body will naturally make it, but basically they wanted to overdose
reinforcement?
me in a sense. Yeah, yeah, basically to reinforce it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Because this
Yeah.
isn't like I'm naturally getting pregnant, you know what I'm saying? Um, but yeah, I did that for about 2 weeks, and then they did. I remember they did the first ultrasound at 6 weeks to confirm if they both took, and thankfully they both took. Obviously, right? And then after that, at 12 weeks, I mean, I was still doing like blood work and stuff with the fertility clinic, but this was here back in Pennsylvania. So I would just go to the hospital here, to the lab, and they would same thing. do the work, and then I would send it to the fertility clinic in Connecticut. And at 12 weeks, they released me as a patient, and then I went to my regular OBGYN, and then they saw me, and then I also went to maternal fetal medicine. So every month we would do a scan, and every month I would go to the OB and do like the regular checkup. And obviously, once I was like 7-ish months, I went like every 2 weeks for to both to maternal fetal medicine and to the OB. And then at the end when you're like 8 months, you go once a week. Um, the whole pregnancy was pretty easy. I'm a pretty easygoing person. Right down, Rizzo. But it was good. Thankfully everything worked out. I was pretty healthy. The only, I guess, extra testing they did, which technically it's not really extra testing, it was just, to me it was extra. Because obviously they didn't do that with my child. But because the embryo was made in the lab, basically, they did an echo on them. I think I was it was around the 20-week anatomy scan. Just to look at their hearts to make sure that everything is okay. Because they said that, babies who are made in the lab like that, they have a higher risk of having a heart defect. Um, but they were both fine. And that was it. Outside of that, we knew the entire time from the transfer day that it would be two boys. So that wasn't a surprise.
So let me ask you a question. When you say that, that's also interesting. Let me see. So they did pre-implementation genetic testing to determine that.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, it's a biopsy that they take on the embryos. It's interesting that you mentioned that. So they take a biopsy of the embryo and they are able to determine if the sex of the embryo before they transfer it. So
Yeah, I
it's the ethical. This is an area of ethical dilemma for me, to
Wait a
be
minute. So
honest
you
with you.
saying that the parents can choose what sex they want?
Yes, yes. And this is honestly, it's kind of what helped me pull out of the industry a little bit because I started to feel like ethically compromised a little bit. Because initially, when they used to do this, it used to only be if it was for medical diagnosis, like if there was some type of medical diagnosis that would make it not advantageous for a couple to have a girl or a boy. But now the industry is moving more towards this Burger King standard. And I don't know. For me it started to become, I mean, because they could, it was so many different things that they can determine. The eye color of the babies, the just crazy stuff, like, so when they do PGD is pre-implementation genetic diagnosis. So that's different than testing. Because when it's diagnosis, it's because they might be looking for some type of genetic defect in order for that embryo not to carry that genetic trait. And that's another reason why they probably did do it and it did on those embryos too already that you received, because since they were donor, they want to make sure and at the fertility standard that they are perfect, right? That's kind of like the, I hate to say it that way, but that's, they want to make, I hate to say it like this, but they want to make sure that they are giving a perfect product to the consumer.
Yeah, kind of, because I know they did like the
Yeah.
Down syndrome testing on them
Yes.
when they were embryos and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Mm-hmm.
will say, I'll be very honest, I don't think that these specific parents, um, I guess, would have opted for that if it was never suggested.
Yeah, most won't. Most won't. It's not. It's some. I hate to say it. It's something that the fertility centers offer because they can charge more money to these people,
Mm-hmm.
and and so they're getting paid even more money to biopsy these embryos because they are it, they're paying based on a certain number of embryos. So if they go over that number, then they're getting paid even more money. So it's just like a list of ancillary services that they offer to the patients, and a lot of patients opt it because it's offered to them. I don't think that a lot of people, but then you do have some people, like people who come from other countries, and that because they, like in some countries where they can, where it's like only to have one child and they can't do fertility treatment in their country, they will come to the United States in order to do this type of thing so that they can get a boy child, right?
Mhm.
Like it's so many various reasons why people utilize that service. But the way that I just was, I don't know, because I started in the industry when they weren't allowing people to electively do this. It was only based on diagnosis. And then it's changed from being diagnosis based to people being able to have this electively. So it was causing a dilemma for a lot of us, to be honest, and not because in like one specific situation, but just the abundance in which we saw that it was happening.
Mm-hmm. Because now it becomes like a thing of a clone. You
Well,
know?
and it becomes of like, if everybody is asking to have boy babies, then what happens to the girls?
Right.
You
Yeah.
know, if
Well, see,
everybody's
and
asking to have girl
mhm.
babies, what happens to the boys? You
Now
know,
I do
and
want to
then if
add.
every in the,
Uh-huh.
mhm. Go ahead, go
I
ahead.
want just two things. One thing is my personal thing. I feel like that's why people like Beyonce and Mariah Carey have somehow boy girl twins. I mean, that's not like
Yeah,
random. They
yeah,
chose that.
probably. Hmm.
All of these celebrities that have twins, for real, they have boy girl twins because that's what they specifically chose. Now
So you saying
with
they're not, they didn't, wait, whoa. So you saying they didn't carry
please,
it?
I don't believe that Beyonce is getting down to have sex. Okay, I'm pretty sure she's going to the lab and
What?
just like all of these people just randomly have twins. Like, no, I don't believe that.
Because I just heard that a couple of days ago about her, and I forget it was somebody else. Who did you say the other person was?
Like Mariah Carey and Nick Cannon, they had the twins.
And
Was it
J
her?
Lo, J
Was it her?
Lo
Yeah, J
too.
Lo, and
That's
you
what
see,
was
like
Yeah.
all of
J
these
Lo.
people.
And I was like, what are they talking about? I said, these daggone paparazzi people. But you're telling me you don't think that you know?
No, I don't. I don't think all of those people, celebrities that have twins. I mean, look at most of them. They probably majority have boy girl
And
because
that,
that's what
remember
they
that
picked.
story I told y'all I didn't like Beyonce because I heard she shut down that hospital and that man
Yeah.
couldn't go watch his. That's
I mean,
probably why, because they had to do the switcheroo and then want nobody to see what
No.
was. I know I had something to that story.
well,
Girl,
they weren't born yet. Okay, that was when she had the first child, which was like
Yes, that was
13
Blue.
years ago.
no.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
The twins
Well,
though,
I
like
didn't know that was her.
child.
She could have still had a surrogate one.
Well,
One
I'm not.
egg
I
thing.
mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a surrogate. I'm just saying she could be inseminated with with her own
Yes.
embryos,
Mm-hmm.
just
Well,
boy
Yep.
you just said
girl.
you don't believe she has that she do the doo doo.
You don't have to do it to do that. It's done in a I did in vitro cookie with my last daughter. You know that. So
Right, that's
so
right.
they all they do is put in that, it's transferring the egg back. It's your egg. My daughter is my
Turkey
daughter.
baster.
No,
Yeah.
no. So that's originally what I thought Anna had done. I didn't realize that she actually had received a frozen embryo. No, I did IVF. So I did the process from start to finish. I had to go on the injectable medications. I had to go on the Lupron to hold my cycle. I had to do all of that. But I did it because I had my tubes tied after my third child.
Hmm.
And then I had a huge break in between my third child and then my last one.
So you have
So
froze your eggs. So that's what. So you
no, I
thought
didn't free. No, my other three children, I had them the natural way.
right.
But because I had a tubal ligation, and what people don't understand is that tubal reversal is not really recommended because there's really only a 30% chance that you can get pregnant after reversal, and it's depending on the age, but that you do it, but it dwindles down, so it can get down to just 30%. So it's very costly. It could be very dangerous if you have a higher risk for ectopic pregnancy, which is a tubal pregnancy, and
Mhm.
it's you might not end up with the result. So rather than get your tubes reversed, they recommend that you do in vitro fertilization. And so that's what I did with my daughter, with my youngest daughter. So she is an IVF baby. But because I work in the industry, I got to see my baby when she was just a single cell organism, because I was able to go into the lab and see all the process.
Right.
That and I want to know, did you get to see like those early or stage ultrasounds? Because these are ultrasounds that most women don't get, like they get pregnant on their own. Did they give that to you and the intended parents?
Yeah, so the earliest one we did was 6 weeks.
Okay.
And then we did another one. I don't remember if it was 8 or it was between 8 and 10 weeks. And then after that, once I went to maternal fetal medicine, when they discharged me at 12 weeks, we went every month. So I
Okay.
have like a gazillion ultrasounds.
I ain't gonna ask no more questions about that. I'll ask you that. Go ahead. So, oh,
Yeah, that was you Anna, you wanna know what? You made a good point, because I never thought about that with them like that before. I always thought that, yeah, they did do fertility treatment, but I didn't ever really look at it to think, did they opt to have those children that way or not. But I can tell you that most people coming in that do that, they are looking to do a single embryo transfer. So they're looking to only have one. A lot of people,
Hmm.
the standard fertility patient coming in, whether they are having their using their own embryos or they're using donor embryos, they are typically coming in to do a single embryo transfer. You every now and then you have people who want twins. Anything above twins, they'll ask you, will you be willing to do a selective reduction? That's what it's called.
Hmm.
So a selective reduction is when they will remove wherever the so because you can get twins or triplets, well, because twins can happen certain ways, because triplets can happen certain ways, and quadruplets can happen certain ways. It's wherever the sac, whichever. It's hard to explain. If there are two embryos, and when you do a selective reduction, if there are two embryos in one sac, so that means that they're going to be identical, then they will reduce the single embryo, right? But in the event that you have three, because you can have a three split, right?
Hmm.
In one sac, then you
so
would
it's
reduce
possible that one of those twin sacks could have split, and she would have wound up having two or maybe four.
All
four.
right, hold
Yes.
on. Because one of the times when we had went to do a scan and the ultrasound,
Uh
Uh
huh.
huh.
um, the nurse had came in and obviously they all know I'm a surrogate, because it says it in my chart.
Uh huh.
She said that there was another patient there who was a surrogate too, and they okay they they inseminated two and one split.
So that means
Yep.
three babies.
Yep. So
Three.
that means that she was having triplets for them. It just naturally happens sometimes. Now I do want to add to just two things. They chose two boys only because their girl embryos were weak.
So initially they wanted girls.
They wanted boy girl.
Okay. Okay.
Oh,
Okay. So when they, because okay, Anna, you are so good. You know that you just lead me right into the. So when embryos get a
hold it
grade,
down. I'll be right back.
okay,
Go, no, y'all go ahead.
embryos get a grade. So that is how they determine which embryos are suitable for transfer back to the host, which is, like I said, can be named different depending on what the style is. So you're right. If the embryos reach a stage called a blastocyte, that's the best embryo that you want to transfer. So you're, yeah, absolutely. That makes perfect sense, Anna. That makes perfect sense, because they wouldn't want to transfer a, a um an embryo that doesn't reach the blastocyte stage.
Yeah, that's why they
Yeah.
did that. Because
Okay.
just
Okay.
like Beyonce, they would have did boy girl.
Right. Right. Okay. 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 Yeah, but
And then
for me,
uh-huh.
and it got so because it was so people would come in there and like ask for ridiculous things, and then you would have some people who would end up like because every now and then they would do the PGT testing. Well, it's PGT when it's not for diagnosis. So they would do the PGT testing, and but sometimes it would be wrong. Like when they would biopsy it to determine the gender, it would be wrong. And then they would find out like at that 6 week mark when they go to do the ultrasound. Well, some of them would be between the 6 to 12 weeks when they would do their ultrasound and then blood work to confirm, because now they can do blood work to confirm the gender.
Mhm.
They would do that blood work and then find out that they wanted a boy baby, but then it was actually really a girl. Because even though they almost have it down, it's not, nothing is exact. We've had patients who terminated pregnancies because of that.
I bet.
So that is where like it started becoming like an ethical thing. It was like, okay, we understand that you want to have a girl. I mean, you wanted to have a boy, and that you did this testing to do that, but then you were having this issue having a baby, and now it's a girl baby, and you're pregnant with a baby, but because it wasn't what you wanted, you terminate the pregnancy.
Right.
So it was just, to me, it was just like too much dilemma. You know
So
what
you
I'm
mean
And
to
I
saying?
tell me
and
that the
that
intended parents can decide to terminate?
of course
Yes.
they can. Just like if you pregnant right now, you say you want an abortion, what do? Go and get an abortion.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, so it took what the heck happened? Oh, Don Ray dropped down. So you took the blood when they called you in to do it on that Wednesday, and they did what they had to do. That was the only time you had to do it. It took right away.
Um well, we did the transfer I think on a Thursday, but yes.
Okay.
Cuz
All right,
we
go
had to go to Connecticut for 3 days cuz the first day they did
ahead.
the little ultrasound just to look at my ovaries and everything, make sure like I really am ovulating, or whatever. And then the same thing, they did some more blood work. Um, and then they said, okay, come back tomorrow, and we'll do the transfer. So I went back the next day. They did the transfer. I s- and literally it. I just want to say because I don't know why, but people ask me this all the time. It does not hurt. It's literally like when you get a pap smear. Just instead of them trying to scrape
Yep.
something out, they insert you. They
Yep.
it's a little thin syringe, and they
Mhm.
just do an ultrasound so that they can see where your uterus is.
Yep.
Make sure they're in your uterus, like eject it in there,
Mhm.
and then that's it. And then I just laid there for like 30-40 minutes,
Yep.
um, and then I went home and literally, they wanted me to stay an extra day just to relax. So we didn't go home until the next day.
Mhm.
But I didn't do anything. I just went back to the hotel. We had dinner. Um, we hung out. Now this is what I want to say earlier when you said, did my baby, what was she involved? Technically speaking, when we had went in October, and
Mhm.
when we did the transfer in January, she wasn't supposed to come. That's also another question that they ask you when they do the interview. Do you have someone who can watch your child? Because when you go to the fertility clinic, kids are not allowed to come.
Right. Yes. Right.
Because obviously, like this is serious. Like, they don't want you being busy being a parent and trying to take care of yourself.
Right.
Um, and so that was another big question that they asked. So
Well,
she
also,
didn't come when we went in October, but I will say she came to Connecticut when we went in January to do the transfer.
and the reason why the fertility centers don't want children coming in is because a lot of women are coming in who want children.
That's
And
true. I mean, she didn't come with
yeah,
us to the clinic. She just came with us to Connecticut. No.
okay, yeah, yeah. They a lot of the centers, you like I said, you go right. A lot of the centers don't. They'll tell you like they don't want you to bring your children into the office because of the sensitivity of level of the patients that are coming
Well, it
into the
wasn't.
office.
Just stop one. Okay.
Hmm.
It wasn't the. I mean, I'm sure you're right. Yes, but it was
Hmm.
the agency who said that they don't want the kids.
Uh-huh.
No.
They might have gotten that instruction from the center
Oh,
itself,
that's
but I
true,
don't know.
right?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but I know that the centers, and I work for one of the largest centers in the country. They would not, they was now of course, if something were like dire straits, they wouldn't tell the patient, well, you can't come in here because you have your child. But
Mm-hmm.
they make it like a known thing, like it's just a posted thing, just like your copay is due when you come in the office. Like it's just
Right.
a like they prefer that you not bring children in there because some of the women who are coming in for blood work in the morning, they're coming in there to see if they're pregnant, and then some of them are being delivered that they're not pregnant, and they go through a emotional thing, and having children in the office could
Uh,
make it worse. And so
yeah, I
Right.
can
they,
see that. Yeah.
yeah, so they try to limit that in the offices. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. So she didn't
Mhm.
come with us to the actual office, like when we did the actual transfer at the office, but she did come with us to Connecticut. And my mom came, and then she just kind of stayed with her um
Yeah.
at the hotel pool. They just kind of did whatever, fooled
Right.
around.
So how did you explain to her? Did you tell her beforehand that you were going to do it, or did you tell her after the process was done?
No, we told her beforehand because we had to go to Connecticut in October, and she's very well. Why are you leaving?
Right.
And
You
I'm
going
I'm
nowhere
very
without me, Bobby.
right, but I try to be very honest with her about just in general, what's going on. So
Uh-huh.
we told her, um, and I think at first she, of course, she kind of was like, "What in the world?" But then after us talking for every week or whatever, because like I said, this is a long process. So we told her like,
Right.
"Oh, this is going on," and oh, I talked to these people, and oh, this is why. I have the band-aid on my arm because I had to go give blood, or I had to do blood work. After a while she kind of understood. So after the transfer, I remember in March at school. So at this point I'm like, give or take, you know 10 weeks pregnant. um she had a field trip at school, and I went as a chaperone, and I'm walking with the teacher, and the teacher asks, oh, are you a surrogate? And I said, yes. How do you know? Or like, who told you? And he said, yeah, Valentina said that you are having a baby, but it's not your baby, it's for someone else. uh,
Aw,
so
my sweet
obviously
buttercup.
she didn't use the word, that mommy's a surrogate. She explained it enough that the teacher understood what was going on, and then he obviously pieced it together and said, oh, she's a surrogate.
Uh-huh.
So it that told me, okay, she understands what's going on. She understands that this is not our baby, it's not related to us, we're not keeping the baby.
Right.
We're just gonna have the baby, and then we're gonna give it back to the parents.
Wow.
Well, Anna, did she have any like? How was she after you delivered the babies? Like, and how were you after you delivered the babies? Like, were you okay? Like, did
um
you?
so when we delivered the babies, I will say, we did well, technically we did a scheduled C-section. So it's funny, the day of the delivery, she just so happened to not have school. So my mom, of course, she came because she knew I was going to be in the hospital or whatever. So she, either way, she was going to come to see me. And so we left a little bit before 7 because I had to be at the hospital at 7.
Hmm.
And so my mom just came directly here, and then later on was going to come to the hospital. And my mom said that while they're in the waiting room after I technically had delivered, because like when you deliver, they then put you in like the little postpartum room for a few hours just to kind of monitor you.
Hmm.
But
Right.
no one's allowed to go back there. It's just your support or your partner. So it was just it was Don Ray, and then obviously the babies, and then the two dads. We were the only ones back there, and so like my mom, we spoke on FaceTime, and she said like that she was kind of scared slash sad because she kind of didn't understand what was going on, because I've never really been, I've never been to the hospital aside from delivery.
Right.
Like I'm relatively healthy. I go for my regular checkups, but she comes. You went to the hospital with me when I was very sick and I went to the hospital. Right, but you barely remember that. But yes, I do. But I'm talking about for me, so like it was like, oh, mommy's never really been
She's
away
talking,
from
she's talking
me.
about for me, not you.
um, so then when a few hours later, they put me in the room. And when she came to see me, she kind of calmed down and she was like happy to see, like, oh, I'm okay. And then she was
Mhm.
really happy to see the babies. And she didn't hold them right away. She held them like a week later, like after we had already left the hospital and when we went to go visit them because they were staying in an Airbnb here.
Did you want to share did you want to talk a little bit about that relationship? How
I
good
mean,
it
I can, but hold on, let me just finish what I'm saying.
was? Okay.
Um, she held them when they were about like, I think I'd say like 2 weeks old. Um, and she really liked it. For how I felt, I will say I felt fine. Like physically, mentally, emotionally, I felt fine. I got sad at one point because she wanted us to have a baby.
Yeah,
And
that's what
so
I was
to
wondering.
see
Yeah.
her kind of be so excited, even though she knew, obviously these are not her brother or sisters, but she's that type of child where she likes to play family and she likes to play mommy. You know what I mean? So it made
Yeah.
sense why she kind of grew attached in that sense, but obviously not attached in
Right.
the sense like, oh, I want to keep them,
Mhm.
but I was sad for a little bit. And I remember um I would just randomly cry or whatever. And I remember the lady from my health insurance, she called me every month just to check up on me.
Mhm.
And obviously, even after I delivered, she would call me and, I kind of talked to her. And I remember I started crying. And so she's like, do you need to see somebody? And I was like, no, like I feel fine. But I couldn't pinpoint why I kept crying. Because even at home, and I'm like talking about it, my coworker, I cried to my coworker.
Yeah.
And then I
Mhm.
realized just with talking to him and like talking to Don Ray about like, what was going on, I pinpointed, okay, literally once I said it out loud that I was just sad because she wanted a sibling,
Mhm.
it was like, okay, I stopped crying because now
Mhm.
I realize why I'm crying. So, we're figuring that out or whatever. But aside from that, I mean, she likes to see pictures. They send pictures every month. Um, they are a little bit over 7 months old, and
Okay.
they send monthly pictures. And it's pretty cool. We all kind of obviously, we all get along basically.
Right.
um,
I
but
had told Anna that and I don't know if she had a chance. She had some running around to do. Explain what they gave you um, after the birth and before they went back home. You know what I'm talking about?
the book.
Yeah.
It's funny because okay, they gave me and Don Ray this picture book basically, that you get like on Shutterfly or whatever, where you can pick your own pictures and then they print it out that way. Um, and it's literally just a pictures, that I sent or I took and sent them during the pregnancy. Um, or even not like pregnancy related. Like Don Ray had broke his foot in August. They put that in there. Just like literally, I guess milestones are like
Like the
serious.
journey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
Things
was
that we all
cool.
experience.
Yeah.
And the
Just
book,
put
Um
Yes.
me out there.
that book is so gorgeous.
yeah, they did things like that, and how, we all celebrated our birthdays throughout the process because like Don Ray's birthday is in March, so I was obviously already pregnant. Our daughter's birthday is in April. I was pregnant, and my birthday's in June. I was pregnant. So even throughout the whole pregnancy, like we all had birthdays. They put that in there. Like I said, Don Ray broke his foot. They put that in there.
The first time we
Hey,
met,
say it for the
you
people in the
know.
back, Anna.
It
You
was
went out
no,
to dinner,
but then
they
hold
just
on,
got in there.
Dara, that Dara, you want to tell them what they gave you?
Yeah, so I had broke my foot on my motorcycle. So what was it? Maybe like it was less than a week, maybe a week at the most. Dad gave me a shirt with a
His fault.
yeah, it was all my fault. And
Oh.
they gave me a shirt with like a little like guy on it, and he had a cast on his foot. So it was funny. It was cute.
And
Hmm.
it said I do my
Well,
own stunts.
Oh yeah, I do my own stunts.
It was so
Sorry,
funny.
how did you feel? Because I didn't even think like did you feel any way, because I guess people don't sometimes ask the father, that's of the husband of a woman that's being a surrogate or gestational carrier, their emotions. But you're watching your wife be pregnant, and then you come home and you don't come home with any babies. Like, did you have any kind of emotion from that?
No, me and Anna had definitely long conversations and talked about this over quite a couple years. And at first, I wasn't really too into the surrogacy thing. But then over the years, I was actually happy that my wife wanted to bless somebody else and give them, something that most people, wouldn't do. Sadly enough. So by the end of it, I was just proud of Anna. I was happy that she and the babies both were safe, and it was just really joyful to see the love and excitement and appreciation from the intended parents. I'd do it again. I mean, the type of
Yes.
smile that they had on their face. I mean, it's just
Hmm.
I'll
Price.
always remember that smile. I'll never forget that smile.
Yeah, you just make me
Absolutely.
Um,
cry. You know I'm a cry baby.
Absolutely. It
and
is
yeah.
it is a very emotional experience. Even from us who work in the industry is emotional. Like, we go through those emotions with the patients. And so that's why I wanted to ask you how, because I think sometimes people don't think about the husband of the surrogate or the gestational carrier, what they may possibly be going through. Let me ask you this. Did it make you want to have a baby?
Uh,
Another
no,
baby?
no, because I am a selfish individual, and I always said
Yeah, yes, yeah, yes, yeah. He's kind of.
by by the time I turned 40, 40ish, my early 40s, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna be retired, kicking it up and living life, and my kids will be, graduated and doing, good in life and graduate things like that. But like Anna said, after the whole process, during the process and after the fact, to see how it affected Valentina, our daughter, it was just like
Mhm.
like we thought about it, we talked about it. Cause me and Anna both are like we're cool with one kid. We have our little blessing, we love her to death. But after the fact, we were like, you know what? Let's go ahead and give Valentina a sibling. But that was probably the only thing that was just a little hard to go through. We didn't realize how much that would affect us. Seeing how our child really wanted a
Right.
sibling. Even though Valentina held it
Right.
at finish, I mean, she's a trooper for real, and she's very supportive and couldn't ask for a better child
Mhm.
to go through this process with us. But yeah, that's about it. I just
Right. Right.
felt the same way Anna felt about Valentina wanting to have that sibling. So you know, God willing, we'll have a baby of our own, another one.
What?
I said God willing. That just means God's gonna bring us that baby. But yes, we are expecting another baby. Thankfully, shout out to God, and
She's like,
shout
"Ah,
out to
baby too."
shout out to Anna for being such a great
I
carrier.
knew that because Cookie already told me that, but I thought it was a good segue.
I bet you didn't know that.
Yes. So, which Anna, even though you got to get through this one right now, um, would you ever do it again?
Yes.
Wait, surrogacy? Absolutely. Yeah, we're all on board on that. You can call
Right.
us Team Surrogates.
Yes, yes. Now,
You guys can become professionals because you all had the most amazing surrogacy story. I enjoyed listening to you guys because it's the level of care that you all handled the whole situation. It could be very, it's a very emotional process, and not everybody can do that. It's, so you are definitely a special people.
And outside of just what we did for them, the love that they gave to us, the care for us that they gave, their presence was
Yes,
just unbelievable. I would hope that we'd have another family like them because, I mean, they're part of our family now. We still keep in
Yes.
contact at
yes.
least once a
Beautiful
week.
people. Beautiful,
They,
beautiful.
they shared
Mm-hmm.
the journey still with us. We plan on going to where they're from, their country, and them after
They were
Anna
actually supposed to go in
delivers.
October.
Right, but now that we're having a baby, things got pushed back. But
Right.
nonetheless, that's
Mm-hmm.
our extended family for sure, and
Now, why would y'all
there's a
want to
lot of
go in
love there.
October?
Right.
Well, Anna, what's the saying you always say about October when it comes to the babies? I forget what movie was it off of? What did you say?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
The movie that you said on October,
Oh, the
whatever.
Mean Girls.
Come on, girl.
um, um, on October 3rd, he asked me what day it is.
He said, "Don't act like we didn't rehearse this."
Well,
Exactly,
no,
exactly.
because
Oh, I like we ain't in sync anymore. Like,
I thought we was
that
in sync like that.
that's because they were born on October 3rd.
Okay.
so I was trying to get it
Okay.
said that they were going to celebrate the baby's first birthday.
The birthday.
Right.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean they're 7 months.
Okay.
Do the math.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
So it
Wow, that
makes
that is so amazing.
yeah. It's I'm glad I did a pretty good job at my questions, and they had no idea what I was going to ask them. But Anna answered every single question I had written down in my book.
Yes, she did.
The only question she didn't answer or input in was how did you explain this to your family and friends?
What you mean? I just told them.
Now,
How
Anna,
did
you
they
know it was
react?
not that simple.
I
You
know,
just
right?
told
You
them,
know
Well,
what?
and then there was
okay.
all types of
So
questions
then
and
maybe I
confusion.
should go. Maybe I should go back a little. Okay, you kind of got to know the type of person that I am. That
Yeah,
I mean what I say and I say what I mean.
right.
Okay, so
Yes,
you're
she
not gonna
does.
question me, and you're not you. That's not happening. I'm gonna tell you exactly. I'm gonna be a surrogate. If you don't know what it is, this is what it is, and that's it. And they're just like, oh, okay.
And you had no input. You had no input. Right.
My mom, of course, she was like, oh my gosh, this is crazy. And even now, when I tell her I want to do it again, she's like, oh my goodness, you're so crazy. But I mean, she was like, coming to my house to clean and, oh, you need to stop doing that. And oh, here, I'll carry this. And oh, here, I'll do this. And, like, but she was a typical mom, like, okay, I'm going to help my child, even though that's not my grandbaby. I'm going to come and help you because you're my child.
Right.
But I mean, outside of that, everybody else is kind of just like, oh, okay. I mean, it was, I don't know.
Do you think I handled it well? Are you proud of how well I handled it?
I mean, I feel like this is nobody else. Like this doesn't affect company. Okay, this doesn't affect nobody else. So why should it affect you in a negative way?
No, no. But what did you think I was afraid of?
I don't know.
You don't remember what I said? That just shows y'all when she says she don't care what nobody thinks. She wasn't. She didn't care.
For
She
real.
meant that shit. My fear was, I'm thinking, are you going to really be able to do this? Give up the
But see,
baby.
that's what I'm saying. That's where it's like you have to know me because all of our friends that I told, nobody thought like, oh,
See?
you wouldn't want to keep it
Right.
because that's not the type of person that I am. I gotta say, even now, I'm not gonna say I don't miss the babies, but I really don't. They're not my babies. I miss the parents
Hmm.
because I built a relationship with them. You know what I mean?
Yes, the constant interaction. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's, yeah, that's a
Shauna.
thing. But I think, Abriana, I think the reason why some people might have worried that for you, Anna, is because in
I
your
might need
normal
to mute.
self, you know
I
what I'm
think,
saying?
but I don't want her to
Can you
mute.
hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
Can
hear
you,
you.
can you hear me?
Hmm.
On your in your normal state, this is how, that's how you are. It's like I don't need the input of others. But that's why I wanted to know like how you felt like right immediately after, because your hormones are not, the same. And so it can affect it. So I think that is the thing that like maybe makes other people who care about you worry about you in the process, because some women go through postpartum depression and they and what would that do then? You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's not your normal self. That's not your normal threshold. And so that I could see that possibly like being the concern. But I definitely understand. Like I said, you listen, you handled this like a trooper. I have witnessed and seen some horror stories in this industry. So you, like I said, you all were the prime candidates to do this, and y'all, you both of you are really special people.
I looked at this. I mean, it's literally a business transaction. Money aside, like you're, like this is just a transaction. It's nothing more. Like, um, I looked at going because, like I said,
Well,
I
and
had to
Anna,
have.
not to cut you off, Anna, but remember, how we viewed it was simply, Anna's an
Yeah.
oven, and
Yeah.
they provided cookies that they wanted Anna to bake. So when you're done baking them cookies, bring me my cookies back because those aren't your cookies.
No pun intended.
Look at this fake see his hand out the cookie jar. Can I have these cookies, baby?
No, yeah,
Oh
it's literally, and like I always tell people, it's literally just a mind over matter thing. Like, I'm that's it. When we went to go deliver, like I said, I had to have a C-section. Um, I just looked at that as I'm just going in to have, a regular surgery, and I'm coming home. Because when you go for a
Mhm.
regular surgery, you're not bringing home a baby.
Right.
I just went to, get a bunion done, and I came home a couple days
oh
later. Like,
no.
that's it.
Except you got a whole scar across your stomach.
Yeah, I mean, but I already had a scar from my
Yeah.
baby, so it wasn't
Yeah.
it wasn't
Yeah.
anything new, and
Mhm.
that's why I had
Yeah.
the C-section with them, because I already had a C-section with
Okay.
her. But
Uh-huh.
literally, it's just like I just went in for a surgery. I stayed there for a few days, and then I came home.
Can I ask a personal question?
Okay.
You don't have to answer. You can just say, I plead the fifth or no comment. Did it affect y'all intimacy, relationship?
No.
Either down red? I'll say W. Down red? Okay, maybe. He said no
My bad.
comment.
What happened? Y'all tell me.
He said no comment. I asked Anna, did this process interfere with y'all time, intimacy?
Oh, you said about intimacy? What?
Just so you don't want to answer the question.
She said
Nah, cause
yeah, we
I'm working, and so I'm trying to listen at the same time.
okay.
Okay, go ahead, Anna. You say it. That's your
No,
husband.
we didn't have any issues. I mean, aside the fact that I'm 8 months pregnant and my belly's in the way, like no, like
Oh
we
yeah,
still,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
like
That's why we got them tests. So I mean, we both knew we were clean, but after that, shit, ain't nothing
it.
changed.
It was just like normal, like I just got a big old belly.
Okay. So there was never a time there was never a time that you regretted none of this. Neither one of y'all.
Nah,
I don't regret nothing in my life. Okay, I'm gonna tell you that.
Well, Cookie,
that's
they said
definitely
they
Anna.
would do
But
it again. They said they would
Yeah,
do it again. So that tells you your answer.
yeah, you're right. The
and I
If
don't
it
know
was
if Anna
regrets,
said it, but we had went to through two other families that we ended up not continuing forward with because they had issues within their personal life.
uh-huh.
So I felt like at first we're like, dang, like what's going on, like, and then like I said, third time's the charm. But I mean, it really was because I'm pretty sure we connected with the intendants that we dealt with better than we would have connected with the
Mhm.
two first ones.
Right. God
And yeah.
Mhm.
knew. God knew. Yeah, because he wanted this. I believe God wanted y'all to experience this the right, blessed way. And it probably wouldn't have
Yeah.
been as positive of an experience had those other ones went through. So with
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Because.
God, that made the experience more of a blessing and
Yep.
more pleasurable
Mhm.
to want to do it again, to
Mhm.
bless another family, you know.
Right.
Um, did Tina want to share anything? Did you ask her if she wanted to share anything about the babies or how she felt? You think you got I don't know what kind of question you might want me to ask her. If she just want to get her little voice in to say how happy she was about it. Um, is anybody in the chat that has a question? Anna, do you mind taking any questions? Hello.
You still there, Anna?
Yeah, hold on.
I was probably talking to Tina, see if Tina want to answer any question or say anything. Did anybody in the chat have any questions? If she do want to answer any, Brianna, my sweetie, hello, I missed
Yeah,
you.
Valentina just wanted to say that she was scared that they cut my belly open, but when she saw the babies, they were cute.
Oh.
Oh, I
And
want
then
to
Oh,
she
hear her
said
little
that she want
voice.
one. She want one. Mommy, give me one.
Right?
oh. Also, when we were going to deliver the babies, it sucked because they would only allow one other person in the delivery room.
Hmm.
And it was both these the attendees first time having a baby. So it kind of sucked that they couldn't be there. But after the fact, it ended up being a blessing because when you're having your own baby, you're so concerned about your baby and concerned about your mother that you may snap one or two photos and then keep it pushing. Like, all right, baby's healthy, mom's healthy. Let me focus in on them. Because it wasn't my babies, and I was able to be right there with Anna and see the whole process, and
Right.
hold her hand. I was able to snap literally, what you think, Anna? I probably got at least 100 pictures.
I think it was
Uh,
more than that, but he literally captured it as if like anybody. These are not my
As if he
babies.
was
I'm
the
just here
child
to
father.
take pictures.
yeah, like I mean, I got the one like a picture when the baby came out of Anna. It was just already peeing, and literally we caught it in midair. I mean, just got a lot of
Yeah, like
dope
you could
pictures.
see it peeing on me.
Um, yeah. So
Aw.
for the long run, and for that quick, little time that Anna was delivering the babies, they missed out on. But for the long run, they have hundreds of pictures that
Yeah.
someone like me can never refer back to. I only have maybe about 2 to 4 pictures of when my daughter was born.
Mhm.
So it ended up working out for the better, and we all thought that way after the fact. Um,
Mhm.
and then it was awesome to be able to walk the babies from the delivery room to the labor. I forget the room they call that, but
Yeah, like the little after. Yeah, the recovery room.
the recovery. Yes.
Mhm.
So to be able to walk and push through the double doors with the twins, with the nurse, and see their reaction, that was another thing that was just like I'll never forget it. It was just amazing.
So when you said that only one person could go in the room with her, was that automatically you, or did the fathers say it
It
was
was whoever I pick,
okay?
and so of
Yeah.
course, yes, I'm gonna pick him.
Right?
And
You say I
and
like y'all, but y'all don't need to be seeing all that.
well, not even just
Well, I
that,
mean,
but in case something
yeah,
went wrong with Anna,
Right,
I
I
should
want
be there.
my because what it is it's a support person for me.
right, right.
So whether that's your spouse, your parent, a best friend, like whoever, the person is there for me. So of course they understood, and we had talked about it beforehand.
Way beforehand.
Um, yeah, but one, it's hospital policy that you can only have one support person. When you're having a C-section.
When you say you
Just
talk about it, you mean as far as you, Downright, and
Intended parents, yes.
Yeah, I
okay,
mean, me and Ray talked about it,
Mhm.
ourselves or whatever.
and then y'all
And
explain it
then
to them like,
we
don't get
talked
it
about it,
twisted.
like when we would go to doctor's appointments and stuff, and C-section was brought up, we talked about it. um, things like that, because we were kind of already aware of like, okay, this is hospital policy. Most of the doctors were like, you can ask, and but it's you'll never. I mean, it's not up to the doctor. It's up to the anesthesiologist.
Yeah.
Ah,
And
Yeah.
well,
So,
and the other thing is that it would have been difficult for y'all too to like decide between the two of them. Like, you know,
well, and
Exactly.
that's what I thought too
yeah.
with Don Ray. Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. Like when me and Don Ray talked
Yeah.
about it, just me and him, I was like, I would like who if it was me and you, like who would we pick to go in there?
right,
So
And because sometimes I think when it's when it's a male female couple, the
the female.
surrogate or gestational care, yeah, will automatically pick the female. But with
mm,
it being two males, it's like how would you decide which one of them you would pick if one could come in? So
But then in that situation, it like let's say Don Ray wasn't there, you know what I'm saying, and or I didn't have a support person, then it would just be like, okay, whichever one of y'all want to come in, like I don't care,
y'all
right?
decide. Right,
Y'all decide, but only one of y'all can come in, But then it's like, but it just I don't know. It's like I wouldn't want to say like, oh yeah, I'll go in, because then now you're missing out.
right.
And
and let me ask you a question. Did you ever consider not seeing the babies? Like, cause that's an option that is available. Like that the data that the gestational current or surrogate doesn't have to have any contact with the baby. Did you know immediately that you were gonna want that, or did you think about it for
um,
a while?
no, I guess it was kind of just a thing of like I have no problem seeing them.
Well,
It's just
and
like when you see
also,
somebody else's baby.
by the time the babies were getting there, we already knew like this relationship between us and the intended parents was going to be long term. We all kind of already agreed and just,
Okay,
Right,
had, enjoyed each other so much that we knew like this is for the long run.
right. Okay.
yeah,
So did you
they really
decide
was
that?
like part of the family. They
Right.
sweetheart.
Did you decide that like once you all decided to go through the process, or did you decide that through the process?
Decide what? What I missed it.
Like,
Sorry.
did you
I
all
don't think.
decide that you wanted to actually interact with the babies? Did you all decide that at the beginning of the process, or did y'all decide that throughout like while y'all were going through and once you established the relationship that you did with the intended parent, or did you
I'll say, and
always
maybe
know that you were?
I can say I'll say this a little bit for Don Ray too. We're not really people that like to carry and touch other people's babies.
Right.
So as far as physical, I mean, that was just like, whatever. But I didn't mind seeing them because, like I said, it's just like when you see somebody else's baby, it's like, oh, okay, you had a baby. That's nice.
Okay, let me ask you this:
I
how
didn't.
long?
I literally, like I said, I thought of it and I looked at it as I'm just going in to have surgery. Um, and I'm leaving. So without the scar on my line on my belly, I mean, I would have never even thought they came out of me.
Wow.
Because I'm not gonna say that's how detached I am, but I'm not attached. They're not my kids.
Right.
Why do I feel like I said I miss the parents
Right. And
because
that's
that's who
what
I
I was
built a
going to ask
relationship
you.
with.
How long did it take for you to for you and Don Ray to feel or realize that these guys was going to be part of the family, that y'all knew that there was a bond there, that they were going to be good people and someone that you would continue this relationship? Does that make sense? You understand what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna say that's what I wanted. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Um, because even like when we did the match call, she obviously said like that's not something that can be forced or that they enforce that you need to have a relationship with these people. That's something
Mhm.
that will happen over time. Um, so it was just literally, yeah, it was just one of those things where, just kind of happened over time. And it just so happened that we had a lot of things in common. Um, and their parents ended up coming from out of the country too, And so just bonding with them and talking, it was just a thing of like, oh yeah, these, these are, they want us in their lives and we want them in our lives.
Yeah. Yep.
How many times did they actually come to the States? To this
Well,
country?
the intended parents came for the 20-week anatomy scan, and they stayed, I think, for 4 days or something like that. And then they came when I was 30, 34. No, I think it was, yeah, 34 weeks, I think I was, when they came. Their parents came about a week or two after. So give or take 35, 36 weeks.
Uh-huh.
Um, and then they stayed until they got their passports and everything. So that was, I delivered them October 3rd. They left, I think, the day before Halloween.
Okay.
So give or
And they
take a
was
month.
here like a month before, you're saying, before you actually
Yeah,
gave
yep.
birth.
So they stayed here for about 2 months
2 months. Wow.
because they came in the beginning of September because, hold on, because the doctors said that the average delivery week for twins is 35 weeks. So
Hmm.
they came 34 weeks in case anything. The twins never came by themselves. They came at 38 weeks because we had a C-section. If we didn't have a C-section, who knows when they would have came. And that's another thing, like even that,
They were comfortable.
right? Yeah, even that, it's like, thankfully we didn't have any issues with preterm labor. Um, because that's another thing with doing surrogacy again. They said that most fertility clinics won't accept anything before 32 weeks.
Wait a minute, what you
So,
mean?
Right, correct. Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, I don't
so,
understand what you mean. They won't accept anything. Oh, you said
so,
if you would have went early.
right. So if I would have delivered the twins before 32 weeks, I basically wouldn't be able to be a surrogate again because now
Right,
I run the risk of preterm labor.
right.
Okay.
But
And
that didn't
mm-hmm.
happen, thankfully. So,
And fertility center success is off of live births.
mhm.
So it runs the risk of is any type of complication or if something happened. So that's why they wouldn't take the risk anymore.
Yep, yep. So,
Hmm.
yeah, I mean, literally everyone was so surprised. They were 6 pounds each,
That
so
was
they were
excellent.
big little babies. I mean, they're really not
Hmm.
that big, but apparently to
This
have
sounds is
twins.
a
That
good
was
weight
good
though.
sizes for twins. That was good size for
Hmm.
twins. Yeah.
Hmm. So yeah, they were born healthy, no NICU stay at all. They literally got discharged. They got discharged a day before I did.
That was that extra progesterone in that uterine line.
um Yeah, but they were really healthy. I think they stayed there what 3 or 4 days, and then they got discharged. I stayed there for the full time that my insurance covered. I stayed because I was having the time of my life in the hospital, and
You
and
needed some rest, huh?
man, they cater to you in the hospital. They bring you your
Yes, they
food,
do.
and
They absolutely do.
so I wanted to stay there,
So,
and
so do you think that was because of the pregnancy, or that they were just nice
no, I
staff?
mean, with the C-section, I think we went on a Tuesday and I got um discharged on Saturday. So what is that? 5 days. That's what
Uh-huh.
C-section, that's what insurance covers for C-section.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to stay for 5 days. Now, I think like I be telling my mom, I think here our local labor delivery hospital where I delivered at, I think they pay good and so the people are happy.
Hmm.
And so, you get paid good, you're happy, you want to treat your patients good.
Right. Right.
Um,
And did they give you this is outside of the fertility treatment. And if you don't want to answer, it's fine. Did they give you an option to have a vaginal delivery, or did you? Because I know a lot of times they will try to attempt with individuals who've had a C-section to do vaginal. If it's the second pregnancy, or did you automatically decide that you wanted to have another C-section?
I did not want a C-section. They basically forced me.
Okay, wow, wow.
because they kept, they scare you really into, oh, a uterine rupture, a uterine rupture, a uterine rupture. And so,
That's why
um,
I was wondering that experience, because you're right. You have some doctors who are all for attempting, to allow women to have a vaginal delivery after C-section. But yeah, the majority of the physicians do push the women. If you've had it once, you're gonna just do it again. It's the safest thing. So I
yeah.
was
And so,
wondering what your experience.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. So that's why we did it at 38 weeks, because they're like, oh, they can't stay in longer. And, oh, you run the risk of a uterine rupture. And, oh, so it was just like, I mean,
Mhm.
I know it was only a year ago, but I kind of wish I knew better, because I
Right.
would have
Because I know
kind of.
back when I had my daughter, I had a C-section. And then when I got pregnant with my twins, they gave me the option of if I want, they said I could, try it naturally or do a C-section. But because
Correct.
I was
Hmm.
17 hours in labor with my daughter, I'm thinking with two coming out there, shoot, I might be going a whole 24 hours. So that's all cut me. But they gave me an option, so that's weird. I
Yeah,
guess
there are. Well, no, there are some doctors that do, but for
Hmm.
like across the board, the experience that Anna had, that is what ends up happening, and it's a thing that a lot of women like people women complain about, is as if they wish that they would have known that they had the option. Because this is the thing. So now, Anna, how is that affecting you? So now they told you you need to have it this third time, right?
Um, yes and no. I mean, they see, this is the thing, because now I'm in like a bunch of like VBAC groups, which is
Okay.
like a vaginal birth after a cesarean. And
Right.
they all
Right.
kind of say the same
wait a
thing,
minute,
like
what's it
in
called?
the
A D-back what?
it's a VBAC, a vaginal birth
Feedback.
after
Yeah.
a cesarean.
Right.
So they all kind of say the same thing, like, oh, my provider, they seem on board. But then once they get closer to like 32 weeks, the
Yep.
Mhm.
doctor flips and they're
Flip.
like, oh no,
Yep.
you can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I feel like right now they kind of feel like, or they're kind of pleasing me, like, oh yeah, you're good, getting me to that point where it's too late that I can't switch providers, in a sense. With I This is the thing, what I'm saying, I feel like I wish I knew better, because the providers that I went to with the twins, they the nurse that I kind of mostly, it was because it was twins, the office that I was only able to see the doctors. So I never saw a midwife, and I never saw like the physician's assistants. I always saw the doctors. In that
Mhm.
specific office there was only three doctors. So I rotated between all three of them. But I mostly saw one of them primarily every time, or more than the others. And that doctor had the same nurse every time. And I had asked her after delivery, like when I went for like my 6 week checkup or whatever, um how many twins have you guys delivered? Now I don't know specifically how long she was working there, but I'm pretty sure it was for a little bit, for a few years, give or take. She said she's only ever seen three twins, three sets of twins. So
Wow.
that tells me you as a provider really have no experience.
Right.
So of course you're going to push a C-section on me, because that's what you're used to.
Now, is this the same doctor that's going to deliver your baby now, or
Hell
you're
no. Well, although that was not the doctor that delivered the twins. I um There was this one doctor that I refused to see at the office because she was horrible. And the week that they scheduled me for the C-section, it was between her and these two other doctors from the hospital. And I picked a doctor that I met for about 5 minutes at an
hmm
NST, and that's who did the C-section.
What's an NST?
What is it? Stress test.
Oh, okay.
They just put like a thing around your belly. Yeah, that's the other thing. At the end, when I was like 35-ish week, yeah, I think it was 35-ish weeks. I started going every Saturday to have an NST, and they just kind of monitor contractions and how the baby does, or babies, how they do. But all was good with that. But he was a doctor that was in the hospital only. He wasn't a doctor at an office. I
hmm
met him at one of the NSTs. Literally, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. He came in, said, "Hey, everything looks good. You have any questions?" I said no, and a little bit of chit chat, and then okay, well, have a good weekend. And I chose him over another doctor that I saw a few times because I did not like her.
So when you say you chose, how did you go about doing it? You told them, "Hey, I don't want y'all to do it no more. I want this guy."
So with a scheduled C-section, it's just like a scheduled surgery. You schedule it in advance. Of course, that is more like, like Donray, when he broke his foot, he obviously, they scheduled his surgery, but they did it with his podiatrist. Um, it
You keep
basically was
putting
the
my
same.
foot out there.
Well, I don't know what else to talk about. Um, they um they told me, okay, these are the three doctors available that week. What day do you want to come? These are the doctors. And I was like, hell no, I do not want her. And they said, okay, well, the other two options are two doctors from the hospital. I didn't know the other one, but the one that did the NST, I was like, okay, I talked to him for a few minutes. He seemed really nice. You
Mhm.
know, I kind of liked how I felt around him as a patient.
Right.
And so I picked him. And I'm glad I did because he, I don't know, I just liked him. Like, I would pick him again.
Right.
And according to all the nurses, he did a great job with the scar, with the incision. They were like, "Oh wow, it's so small for two babies." I mean, like, how big is it supposed to be? But I don't know. I don't see these incisions every day, so what do I know? But
Right.
like, I'm glad I chose him because then I had a friend. She actually lived across the street from me, but now she moved. She was pregnant and she delivered like a week or two before I delivered,
Mhm.
and she said she had a bad experience with her.
Oh wow.
She said she just kind of treated her like a typical doctor does. Like, you're just something on a piece of paper.
Right.
But that's how I got to pick. His name is Dr. Davis, but that's how I got to pick him. And we'll see what happens in the future with the next one.
So there's no way you can go. You couldn't use him this time.
I mean, it just depends on who's on that week. That's why I couldn't
Uh,
have one of the other doctors that I was seeing at the office because they weren't on that week.
okay, I got you. I
Yeah, it's
got
determined by the rotation.
Yeah, yeah.
So, and it's even more unpredictable if you do have a vaginal because you
You
could
don't know.
request one. Yeah, you can request one doctor, but if you don't deliver within that rotation, you're going to get another doctor anyway.
you.
And
So,
Mhm.
that's
yeah,
another
it's,
reason
yeah.
why, especially now, a lot of OB offices, they want you to rotate through all the providers. You can't just pick one
Hmm.
because you could see any of them. And so they kind of want you to get used to all of them, or have them be familiar with you as a patient.
Right,
Now, when I
right.
delivered my baby, like I said, I had went to a provider where he was the only provider in that office. Other than him, it was just a midwife. Um, the only tricky thing about that was if he would be on vacation because he was from Africa, if he would go back home to his country, he would go for weeks at a time. So if you're delivering around that time, now you're stuck with a provider that you have no, you don't know because
Right.
it's just a provider that's at the hospital. But
Right.
I mean, luckily that didn't happen. So he was my doctor when I went to deliver. I called him like you're supposed to. He came to the hospital, whatever. Um, but that's why now they want you to rotate between all of the providers in an office because they want you to know all of them because you
Mm.
could see anybody.
Wow. I really appreciate you sharing your story with us. I
Yeah, it was a
mean,
beautiful story.
yes, we got to laugh, got to cry. Um, it's just an amazing gift. It really is. And I applaud you. I'm proud of you. And I love you. You already know that. But it's just it's a wonderful experience to go through. and to know that the end result is making another couple happy, to give them a gift that's the only way this couple could have gotten it. I mean, I ain't gonna say the only way, but you know what I mean. Um, it's just a blessing. It truly is. My hat goes off to you because I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have. I know me. I would have got attached, and I couldn't have done it. So I applaud you. And is there anything else that you want to tell us?
No, I mean, I don't know. Oh, I do want to add one thing. It was that, I mean, of course, if anybody knows, it was die twins.
What?
That's what they're called. They're called die twins. But of course they are because they're not identical.
Yeah, they're fraternal. I mean,
Mhm. Yeah. Hmm.
yeah,
Fraternal.
fraternal. Yeah. Mhm.
And that's the best kind of twins to have.
Mhm. Right.
What? Fraternal twins is the best to have?
I mean, I guess, yeah, but die twins. That means they have their own, they're in their own sac with their own
Yeah.
placenta.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's more dangerous if they share the same sack? Is
Well,
that what
yeah,
you're?
that's how one eats the other sometimes.
It can.
Or
Yeah.
if they're
Yes. You
eating
can.
from the same
Mhm.
placenta,
Yeah.
then one could get bigger than the other. And that's how you have one
Yeah.
that's 4 pounds and one that's 1 pound.
Right. Right.
Because they're
You can
fighting in a
for
sense to.
nourishment. Right.
But
Mhm.
when you have your when they're die twins, they're in their own sacs with their
Mhm.
own placentas, which is
Right.
why they should kind of grow together because each placenta is feeding them. They're, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're
Hmm.
not fighting to
For
survive.
space, for food, nothing.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I
Right.
never even thought of that.
Yeah.
Because I thought, like, I mean, I don't know about this stuff. Not even with my own pregnancy. Because I'm thinking if even if they're in that sack, um, isn't it like they got their own? I can't pronounce umbilical cord that gives them the oxygen and the food that they need.
Yeah, well, if it's in one sack, if it's a split, if it's split and they're identical, then it's going to be one sack, one umbilical cord.
And that's when they fight each other for food, or
Right.
when you
Right.
go, at one of your appointments and your one is gone because the other one ate it.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
the umbilical cord, isn't that what you snip it for the belly button?
Mhm.
So you're telling me that
It's a it's two, but it's one sack, so it's connected to one sack. But when you have when they so in Anna's situation, basically we're having both embryos that would transfer both took. In the event that it would have split off, what would also happen is that mean it would have only been one father, one biological father to both babies.
Hmm.
Right? If because what could have happened, this is what could have happened in Anna's situation. Even though they transferred back two embryos, one of them could have not taken.
Hmm.
And then it could have still been twins, but they would have shared the same sac. But then that means that it would have only been one father. So it
mhm,
just goes to show you the miracle of the whole thing. Because in this process, both of them ended up being able to be a biological father when it could have went another way. One of those embryos that were transferred could have not taken, and it could have split, and then you still would have only had one biological father. But it's better to have the babies in two separate sections so they aren't taking nourishment from the
Hmm.
other baby.
That's also how you know the difference between identical and fraternal.
Yes, they
right.
aren't identical. They aren't identical.
I understand that part. I'm trying to understand the umbilical cord because you're saying
It's
Well, there's
connected to
only
one
one
set.
placenta. And
Right.
so, like, when it's like a mono die, there's only one placenta. So then they're
Hmm.
fighting trying to get it from the same place. It's
okay.
That's, like I said,
It's
that's
two
why one will
cords.
eat the other, or one will be big and one will be really small because they're fighting for food.
Right. And it's two cords, but it's connected to just one placenta. So
Okay.
they are the nourishment is coming through the umbilical cord, and it the, that if it's only going to one baby, it's making the other baby deficient
Yep.
in its growth.
Okay.
Cause
Wow.
I always tell people pregnancy is a miracle for this reason. I always when I would have patients come in and they would be upset and crying because they felt like that they were abnormal and they just I was like, no, you're actually you are normal. Your body is doing what it should normally do. It's the reason why you menstruate every month. Like
Hmm.
your body is supposed to eliminate that. When you get pregnant, there is a foreign agent coming into your body. Your immune system is
Hmm.
designed to fight foreign objects. So the fact that a fetus can survive in that type of harsh environment where the immune system is fighting against it, it is a miracle to happen. It is not the usual thing, but we think it's normal to happen because we know that's how babies are born. But it is the
Hmm.
most miraculous thing to happen because your body isn't even designed to take that.
Right.
It's funny because when people will be like, "Oh, congratulations," and then they're like, "Oh, well," to the parents, I'd be like, "I mean, I'll take it too, because my
Yes,
body is doing what it's supposed to do."
yes.
Right. And without your body, they
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't be here.
Yep.
Well, yes,
Right.
give me my thank you.
Right.
Wow.
Right.
How did your job react? Like, were they excited for you?
I mean, I wouldn't say they were excited, because it's just like when you hear somebody's pregnant, like, "Oh, okay, good for you." Um, but they were just like,
Like,
"Oh,
did they throw you a
cool.
little party or anything like that?
Why would they throw me a party?
Just because you're their employee, it didn't matter if you was keeping it. They could, gave you a bonus or something.
A bonus for what? These are not their babies."
Yeah, well done. And
No,
thank God you
they just treated
didn't
me.
have to take off work for this. You didn't have no time off. You wasn't like, oh, I'm sick, I can't make
they,
it. So,
they probably they probably said, "Damn, we're gonna have to find somebody to cover her while she's on leave."
Some
No,
people
I
just
was
don't
only out
realize
for
a
2 weeks.
superstar when they see them. That's it.
right, that's not
No,
true.
but see, pregnancy is not a disability. Like, I'm not disabled. can still go to work and do my job. The
That's why you
only
should have got
thing,
a bonus.
but a bonus for what? Like, I chose to do this.
If Cookie would make legislation that would give bonuses to all pregnant women, no matter the
Yes,
circumstance.
because you bringing life into the world. I mean, like,
Right, but I chose to do this. Like, I
that's
wanted to do
that
this.
makes it
Nobody
even
forced me to
better.
do
And it
this.
wasn't even. It's not like I chose to get pregnant. I'm gonna have a baby for my husband, and I want to, my family to grow. I did something for someone else that's more of a. I don't know why you don't
But
see it
see,
the
I
way I'm
don't
seeing
no,
it.
because I don't look at it that way. I don't feel any more special than anybody else just because I decided I wanted to do this.
You don't see yourself as special, Anna.
I wanted to do, I mean, no, like, what makes me better than somebody else?
Well, and I wouldn't say that you're more special than somebody else, but I would like to for you to accept this that you are a different kind of special
Thank
because
you.
a lot of
I
people could
always got
not
the right words to say. She making me sick. Damn it.
a lot of people could not do what you did and done it so um like with so much care because and your ability to be able to detach the way that you did provided the best experience for those recipients. A
Hmm.
lot of people can, I'm telling you, you had a personal experience, but I've seen it across because I've been in the industry and a lot of people don't. There have been a lot of horror stories, a lot of bad experiences, a lot of women who left this depressed, um all
Like you
types
said,
of
you made your parents
situations.
feel comfortable to know, like, I don't have to be stressing out wondering if this woman gonna change her mind and want to keep my child.
Right. So if you won't accept that you are extraordinarily special, accept that you are a different kind of special. Because not a lot of people could have done what either one of you did, you or your husband.
Right.
Yeah, and I be trying to tell you, man. I mean, we
But see,
appreciate your
I don't.
humbleness, but come on, you a shining star, and we're gonna acknowledge that and give you your credit. You just gotta
It's not
accept
even
it.
that. I feel like, like I'm not gonna regret something because I wanted to do it. That's what I wanted. So I just feel like for me, like this, I didn't have to do this. I never had to even think of doing this. It's just something that I wanted to do. So it's not a thing of like,
Which makes
oh,
you so special.
but it's
Makes
like,
It's the
both of
it's the
I
y'all
mean,
genuineness
special.
and the
That's what
kindness
makes
and the
you.
love that comes from your heart. That's what people appreciate most.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk about this type of situation, people become very selfish because they can't imagine giving up their body, their time, even if they are getting some type of financial benefits from it. They just can't imagine it because they're selfish, which is understandable, and nothing is wrong if people don't want to do it.
right.
But the fact that you did it, it just you're just a shining star, and people that understand the processes and understand how hard it can be to give your body up to do something like this. I mean, they want to give you your praise, and we understand that you just do it because it's genuine and natural. But I mean, for the outsiders, like my mom said, shit, nobody gave you a bonus at work or something, because it's just unheard of. Obviously, she doesn't really expect your job to give you
I mean,
anything,
they brought me
but
donuts, and
girl,
cookies.
I know this, Anna. I know this.
My coworkers on,
Like, take
they
your donuts and shut it. Give me some. Oh God! But and also for you as well, Don Ray. Because not a lot of husbands. What I mean? That's why I asked you. Did it interfere with your personal life? And how did you feel? Like, were you really 100% aboard? Was there some kind of regret? Like, why did I sign up for this? Even though
And
this is something that she wanted to do, I got to give you your props as well as a man. You know,
I mean, I
even though
definitely
it wasn't
appreciate
like,
that, and that
well,
goes a long way.
somebody do that to your wife, but you allowed her to experience this with her body, your wife's body, and like we said, it could go. It's dangerous. Just like if you have your own child. You know,
Yeah, and definitely through the process, I don't mean to cut you off, but through the process, you hear the things from the doctors and everything like that, and so I'd always tell Anna, this will concern me or that, but we're going to move forward and leave it in the hands of God, and let Him, give us the process that He would like us to have through this, but you know, you're right. People don't give the husband, the father, whatever you want to call it, as much credit. But that's fine by me because I didn't get into it for the credit or the acknowledgement. I got in it for number one, the support of my wife, and then number two, to help bless somebody else with some happiness in their life that maybe they struggle to get
but
in the perspective of a kid.
and
So
that's
I
where you
felt more honored to be able to be a part of the process. That's what I think maybe Anna probably feels. She feels more honored to be able to be, part of the process, and that's why she doesn't really care for her credit.
well, and I understand you all in that experience and feeling fulfillment enough that you don't need any recognition. But it's all the more reason why outsiders can give you that recognition because like I said, it's the spirit in which you all did this. Like I said, it's people come into this for so many different reasons, and like I said, I think you all have a pure story, of why you did this, why you got into it, the fulfillment that you received from it. You made this experience enjoyable for those parents. Those parents made it enjoyable for you, and it was a beautiful
mhm.
exchange. And um, I I appreciate it. If nobody else, I appreciate this story.
As
Um,
do I.
so I want to let you both know that from somebody who has worked in this field for decades, I appreciate people like you.
Right. And
Well,
I'm
well,
honored
we
to
definitely are
call
thankful
y'all
for that.
my children, my son and my daughter-in-law. I am honored. I am honored.
Yeah, and I mean, we definitely appreciate that. And for most people, when it comes to me and Anna, when we are very a team couple. Most people don't know that we've been with each other for 16 years.
Well, everybody know that. What are you talking about?
Well, people that don't really know us, they just think we're just another couple, a family. But we've been together for a long time, And if you do the math, we've been together for 16 years and we're 30 years
16
old.
years.
Um,
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa,
Come on,
whoa! I'm
Anna, you
not
just
30.
couldn't let that
I'm
rock.
not.
You
What
couldn't let
she
that.
said?
I just knew you was gonna bring that up. I'm like 3 months
She
older
said,
than
"Don't
Anna.
go
She
telling
just,
her business."
yeah, she
I
always wants to make it like
remember,
I'm the older one.
my son had told me, Mommy, this is gonna be wifey. Now he was 14. 14. He said, Mommy, that's gonna be wifey. And I said, boy, you know how many women you gonna go to? Boy, you know about no wifey. He was 14 when he told me that. And sure enough, she was wife.
Wow.
They've been
Look,
together.
look, that could be another live, okay? But
You get started, my butt. I'm gonna be twisted. So I'm like, how can I make this work? Yeah. Listen, everybody
It-
know my show is supposed to be all about love and
Yes.
happiness and
Yep.
unity. So when I tell
Hmm.
you I need y'all to come back, because I'm gonna have a couples, thing. Don't tell me we ain't doing that. You heard what she said, right, Carla? She said that's for another
Yes,
live.
I heard
I,
her. And I hope that you guys had a good experience tonight. I really do. I enjoyed talking to you guys.
Yes.
I enjoyed
yeah,
you guys. It was
yeah.
very, very genuine, and I enjoyed it. I definitely will come back and I'll speak about another subject if you come up with one for sure.
Well, yeah. Well, I already asked you to come on and do something, so
I'm
we're
not
gonna.
talking about my business, my company. Yeah, we'll leave that for maybe a couple more shows after. But I definitely will talk about me and Anna's, relationship as far as our time together and how we maintain a healthy, loving, and caring relationship.
Right.
Because that's my
Of
ride or die. That's
arguments,
that's
like
to the end. Right.
Well,
We're
all
gonna
couples.
argue about Anna keep bringing up my foot. We're gonna argue about that. That's for sure. But actually, speaking on
Well,
my foot,
be glad that's the
um,
only thing she
Yeah,
brought up. Because
right.
we
you
had
must have started laughing
accidents.
every time
Yeah,
she said that.
for sure. But speaking on my foot, actually, it was about 12 o'clock at night when I broke my foot on my motorcycle. Being irresponsible, I was drinking and riding and having a good time in the summertime, and I shattered the heck out of my foot. And when I tell you, thanks to my mom, she came and watched after our daughter Valentina through the night. Anna came down to the hospital. We spent about 6.5, 7 hours in the hospital that
While she
night.
was pregnant.
Yep, and that was exactly that's why I'm bringing up, and I mean, she's a hell of a woman. I always give her praise. I broke my foot, and I am the driver in the family. She drives. She has her license in her own car, but
He
I'm the
chauffeured her
driver.
around, baby.
I definitely do. She has the luxury of chauffeur, um, and I mean, she held it down. I mean, I was very thankful
Babyish,
and proud of her.
crying.
And yeah, I mean,
but see that's what I'm saying. I feel
oh
like
yeah, I was balling that shit. She
well, and it was. I'm not even gonna complain about it because it really wasn't hard, right? But that's what I'm saying. I feel like I do things because I want to do it. It's like it's no big deal.
well, you
And
held
Like
it
it's
down with
we
my broken foot.
understand, we understand to you it's not a big deal, but just let people acknowledge the goodness in you sometimes. Like
Yeah,
it
I,
just makes me
we
feel
understand.
weird because I
I
feel like
know.
I don't like I'm not a
Attention.
person of like I need the spotlight or I need recognition
Right.
because like I tell Don Ray all the time, I'm no better than the the next person, like we all gonna die the same. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
they
yeah,
say, you were born alone and you gonna die alone. Like that's just what it
Hmm.
is. Like I'm not no,
and
but we all bleed the same, right? So it's like I'm not no better than nobody. Like I just make different decisions, but it's like I do what I have to do because I have to do it, or
Yeah,
because
well,
I want to
yeah,
do it.
but
a
like
lot
I'll
of
think Anna. Go ahead.
a lot of people are like you who don't think like that they are to get credit for doing what they're supposed to do, because it's like, well, I'm supposed to do this, so I shouldn't get credit. But it's other people are going to acknowledge it. When people see something good in you, they're going to acknowledge it.
It
And
just makes me
sometimes it
feel
make
weird
other
though.
people better.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
yeah, and inspire other people. Yeah, hopefully.
Hmm.
And like I tell Anna all the time. We'll go back to the foot instance. I'm like, I'm like, I'm sorry I broke my foot being irresponsible. She's like, oh no, it's okay, things happen. And I'm like, thank you. Because mind you, my foot was broken for like 4 months. Then I had to go through therapy. You know, a lot of things. Went through that process. 'Cause I shattered my foot completely. So,
Shattered.
you know, I would tell her like, thank you. I appreciate you doing this for me, or I appreciate you doing that. I mean, she was taking care of me as if I was literally a baby or a handicapped person. So for me, I'm a very independent person for the most part. I mean, I do rely on my wife, but like I told her, I'm thank you. I appreciate you doing this for me. I appreciate you doing that for me. Thank you. Thank you. She's like always like, oh well, what do you expect? I'm your wife. But sure, yeah, of course, I like that you're my wife and you have my back in all ways, as I do you. But at the same time, let's be honest. There's shitty wives out there. There's shitty husbands out there. So the fact that
Absolutely.
you
Yes.
actually you're doing this. There's no complaints, and I mean, I'm living better than people in the hospital. I mean, when it comes to how she was taking care of me, it's like I have to show you that appreciation, regardless of how you feel, Anna.
But
You
see,
are doing me a
that's the
solid.
thing.
Oh,
I
here
feel
we
like
go.
no, it's not that. I feel like that's how I was raised.
Well, I like that.
Absolutely has to do with your raising. Yeah. So you would do you want him to call and thank your mama then, Anna? Would that be okay?
I mean, but you can, you know what I'm saying? But but
Will you
see,
accept that? Since
but see,
you...
even outside of that, it's like, my mom came every single day, 45-minute drive every single day to take Valentina to school because Domre couldn't.
Oh yeah, 'cause I broke my right foot, so I couldn't drive.
Yeah, cause so
So
he couldn't drive. She would, and then she would bring food because she knows, well, I'm not home to cook. Like she's literally feeding my father-in-law because I'm not here.
Mhm.
And obviously feeding Don Ray and her, and then she still brings me food, and then just to come and see me and the
I'm
babies.
not the chef in the family. Everybody, I'm the fast food guy. I'll
But
make sure my
And I
daughter
don't know
eats,
why he
but
ain't, because his mother loves to cook.
and my dad,
And
so
his
but
both
dad.
parents like to cook. But
but
I'm
that's
not
what
the
I'm
cook, and it
saying.
gives me
It's
that
like,
luxury of relaxing.
but it's like, that's how I was raised. I'll be joking, but I'll be serious. I'm half 1950 and half 2020, or I guess 2024. I will
That's
cater
a
to
good
my
mix.
husband. I will take care of my
Yeah.
house. You know what I'm saying, and my
Mm-hmm.
child, and
Absolutely.
but I'm still,
All I'm saying is baby, I didn't work a 12, 14 hour shift today, so when I get home, I'm gonna take care of some other things.
you know,
Listen to that, baby.
we'll come back to that one,
He
but
said, forget all that other stuff you talking.
Now he's showing his mama side. He's showing his mama.
Right,
Right.
exactly.
but that's just how I was raised. Like that's what I'm supposed to do because I'm your wife. That's just what I'm supposed to do. And
Wow.
because I wanted to do the whole surrogacy thing, it's funny though because I gotta say I didn't have any morning sickness. I'm not really that type of pregnant person. I didn't have it with my daughter. I don't have it now. I didn't have it with the twins. Um, the only thing I had with the twins was towards the end. I just got swollen a little.
Mm.
My feet.
Yep.
Because
Yeah.
Yeah.
that which is normal. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
A
That's
lot of
it. But I
yeah.
didn't have. I didn't have any morning sickness. Any irregular bleeding, nothing like that. I didn't have gestational diabetes. I didn't have the preeclampsia. I didn't have, literally my blood pressure was always like 100 over like it was super low. It was never like 120 over 60 or whatever it's supposed to be.
Mhm.
It was always lower than that because that's just how I am. But so, I'm telling the parents this because, like I said, the first time they came here was at the 20-week anatomy scan. They stayed for a few days, and then they had to go back to their home. Um, and then they came when I was 35 weeks or 34 weeks, and it's so funny because they're like, like, yeah, you tell us like you're okay, but now to physically see like you're okay
Mhm.
is just like, because they're like, we're telling all our friends at home like, yeah, she's not sick and she's not, and it's like, no, but I'm really not sick, like I'm not lying. Like I swear, I'm Don't really be saying, I do good with pregnancy. And but that's how my mom was. She had 6 kids, and all 6 of her pregnancies, she said they were like really easygoing. Like she didn't have any complications, she didn't have any issues. And that's how it seems like I am. Like I carry pregnancy pretty good. Like everybody loved me on my job. I literally would never really call off unless like my baby was sick or I just didn't feel like going. But I
Yeah.
mean, mm, it's
God.
fun. I'd do it again. I want to do it again.
So what you giving yourself? Maybe 3 years?
Yeah, I'd say about 3-ish years. Now I'll be considered a experienced surrogate, so I get paid more.
Why you? Because you had twins.
Yeah, because I've already done it. So basically, they know I'm not gonna keep the baby.
Oh, so it only takes one
But
time to be experienced.
Well, yeah, I
yeah,
mean,
they so whenever you do additional cycles in that capacity, you're gonna get paid more. No matter what capacity it is, if you're the egg donor, if you're a gestational carrier surrogate, you're gonna get paid more on the next cycle. It's a way to incentivize
yep.
those, especially those who've already done it, because they know they've had success with it.
Right.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Now I don't know if I would do twins again. Not that it was bad or nothing happened, because either way, having twins gives you more money too.
Mm.
Right,
But
Is
right.
it because of being your age?
no, because even now as an experienced surrogate, that limit they can kind of wiggle with it because I'm experienced.
No, I'm saying you wouldn't want to do twins because of your age. Like in 3 years from
No,
now, would it be because of your age that you wouldn't want to do the twins?
No, because I didn't have, like I said, I didn't have anything, that arose with the twins last year. So I don't see why I would have an issue with the twins. Um, I just,
Would rather not.
I just want to make it different.
and Anna, do you think that like let me like did you have from your singleton pregnancies and then the twin pregnancies? Did you notice any difference? I know you didn't get any morning sickness or anything like that, but like was your appetite different from one to the other? Like was it any type of issues with like sleeping patterns or anything like that?
No, I didn't really recognize anything different. The only thing, well, I mean, other than like the swollen feet with my daughter, I didn't get that until after I delivered her. Um, which was just like for a few days. But
Uh-huh.
with the twins, um I got swollen, give or take a month before I delivered,
Hmm.
or maybe like 3 weeks before. That
And
was
then,
really
and
the
this
only
was an
thing.
easier pregnancy than Valentina because remember Valentina was a emergency C-section
Well,
and
for the
the twins
delivery,
were a
yeah.
plan. So
Right.
Um,
Okay.
but yeah, no, as far as like pregnancy wise, like no, everything was cool. The delivery
Okay.
wise, I like the twins better because that was scheduled and that was, pre-planned and I knew what was going on.
Hmm.
Um, so even like during the actual like during the procedure, like I was more alert,
Okay.
you know, but
Right.
no, it wasn't no different. I don't
you know
remember
what, Anna?
anything. Huh.
I don't mean to cut you off, but it was also it just came to my mind. It was cool because when we had our daughter, it was emergency, so I couldn't be there when she was actually delivered. I was in the next room over. Um, but with the twins,
Because
I was
it
able
all
to
happened
actually
so
be there.
fast. Like
Yeah,
he
it all
didn't get
happened
to
so
cut the
fast.
umbilical cord for her, but he cut it for the twins.
Right. So it was that
What?
was that felt really good to be able to cut the umbilical cord for the twins, even though they weren't my
Yeah.
babies. It felt really
Yeah.
good, and then the intended parents actually was excited for me to be able to cut their babies umbilical cords because they knew that I didn't get to cut
Getting
my daughters.
opportunity the first time. All
Yeah.
right.
So
Mhm.
once again,
So why
it's like
didn't you
as much
do
as
buttercups?
I'll explain in 1 second. So, you know, as they knew that I didn't get to cut Valentina, so they were excited that I was able to experience that. So, as much as we did for them, they also did for us also.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
You
true.
know, so that was something that I'll forever be grateful for. You know, because I was able to do that for them. Um, but I wasn't able to cut Valentina's because it was an emergency C-section, and literally in the middle of the night, they woke us up to deliver Valentina because her umbilical cord got wrapped around Valentina's neck while she was still in the room,
okay.
And
which
so then
caused for her
that
heart rate to
yeah.
drop,
Hmm.
which caused for the emergency C-section. So, you know,
It was all over the
I'm
place.
knocked out. They waking me up, rushing me. I'm looking over at Hannah to make sure she's okay because I was asleep on the hospital couch, and I see her all plugged up with all types of stuff, and all types of machinery and all types of fluids going through her. So I'm freaking out, and Anna, you can tell your perspective of how that went down. You know, as far
Bro,
as
I don't even remember. I just remember they was
well,
shaving me and that's it.
remember you told him like you got a shake coming to wake him up. He's knocked
Oh
out.
well, no, that was ridiculous. Like Don Ray's
Like
he's a hard sleeper. So for them to for
they over there
for
trying to be
for
all nice and professional. She's like, no,
yeah, they
wake
were like, "Excuse me,
shake somebody,
sir."
get him up.
Hit him.
So,
No,
but
I
when I
I, I had
woke
to
up,
tell
my
him.
original facial expression was like, the fuck is going on? Oh, hell no. I'm ready to start
Did you
snatching
wake
on
up
Wake
like
blankets
up,
and
your
right?
diapers and get the hell off my wife. What are y'all doing? You know, because I'm just in a daze and I just look over at my wife and she's just looking like shit's going left. So, you know what I mean? I'm freaking the hell out, you know, because, and like she said, I'm a hard sleeper. But by the time, you know, I woke up and they explained stuff to me, at that point now I'm
I'm
crying.
being
I'm like,
rushed out though. You know,
she's being rushed out. I'm crying because I'm trying to figure out like, is this gonna all end up all right? And you know, and thankful to God, you know, He made sure Anna was safe and healthy and Valentina was safe and healthy. But that's what made delivering our daughter rougher than delivering the twins for us seriously because you know to wake up like that. I mean, you know, now everybody's just like
Yeah.
you know
Mhm.
confused and scared and just
Yeah.
wondering how is this all going to plan out.
I just
So
remember what happened because I thought you were gonna say you passed out.
nah, I ain't passed out. Nah, shit. Probably me passing out would have been better than the situation we did run into, to be honest.
Right.
But you know, everything worked out, and you know,
well, see, even
like
with
Anna
like the
said,
twins during the delivery, like Don Ray was, of course, obviously more alert because they delivered them at noon. So we at that point we've been awake for a while. We had a good night's rest. You know what I'm saying? So him like he was literally walking around the operating room, taking pictures, talking. It was just so weird,
yeah, they was
and
they
it's
was joking.
like,
It's like, man, you took so many good pictures. We should hire you for the hospital staff to come back and take all the maternity pictures. I said, I don't play around. You gonna have this experience. I promise you.
Wow.
yeah, that was
Yeah, that's a
nice.
good. That was a good experience. I think for everybody involved, and listen, you even made it a good experience for us to be able to share and sharing it with us. I thank you guys for
Yes.
sharing it.
And that's definitely you know one of the things that you know me and Anna talked about was you know hoping through sharing our our process with this is that you know it would inspire other people to have more of an open heart. So when my mom asked, you know, hey, would you guys want to do this? You know, we're like, sure, like why not? Because we were already about sharing the process and trying to get other people to, you know, consider it. And you know, this is just a more wider span of being able to get it out there and have some real life perspective of how this can go. I mean, and even with
Absolutely.
the times where things can be a little bit more rougher for other people that have went through this process, you know, it's still worth it. You know, the love and the care and the smiles and excitement that you give to people, it's just something that you know it can't be explained, and you just it's not every day that you'll be able to provide that type of. I mean,
Not
I
at
can
all.
go on and on and on, and it can go on and on and on. Miss Carla, you can go on and on from the you know from what you've seen. My mom can go on and on about what she's seen through the process, and it's never going to be enough to really you know let people know
Nope.
how much this can affect both sides of the party.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
like I said, you know, I was against this. You know, I was like, no way, I'm not sharing my wife's body. No way, I'm not risking my wife's, you know, health or you know, or life or anything like that. Like I'm selfish. Like no way. And I mean, Anna's been talking about this since like 2013, 14. So, when we finally got into doing this, my whole perspective changed about it. Maybe it's because I'm older and a little bit more mature. Um, but I'm glad I did, decide to go ahead and support and go full in with this because I have a story that nobody, nine times out of ten,
A
nobody else
unique,
can relate to.
right, right. Not you're not gonna find
And
a lot of your friends who have that same story. Absolutely. And things like this show us how interconnected we are, how dependent we are really on one another. It's community. Like this is an ultimate example of community helping community. It's like I said, I enjoyed certain aspects of the work, and then there were certain places, like I said, where I had it, but I would never trade the experiences that I had. You know, I had a unique perspective that a lot of people don't even get to get, even in healthcare. A lot of people in healthcare don't even know about this type of thing being available and accessible.
yeah,
And I thought it was so I thought it was so pertinent for you guys to come and speak about it, especially to this type of audience, because I know from a professional perspective that minority groups are still not all the way well versed on their options in fertility.
Right,
You know,
right.
right.
and so you are also giving that to this community by coming and speaking on it today. So
For sure.
like I said, I appreciate you guys.
And what hitting on that note, for instance, my mom, I'm black and Puerto Rican. My mom's black American and my dad's Puerto Rican. Um, and my wife Anna, she's Mexican. So now we're dealing with three different races. Um,
Right,
and for explaining it to my mom, it was like, okay, cool, I understand, I got it, boom, done, check mark, bang. Well, my dad, it was, it just didn't click to him 100%. But like you said, with minorities, because that's what we are minorities.
right,
It's not well explained and understood, so that it's more frowned upon, or in a sense even joked upon because they don't
absolutely,
understand it. When you have a lack of knowledge to something,
right,
people don't understand, so they tend to joke about it to try to
right,
make up for the lack of knowledge that they have.
right,
And
right.
for my
I'm not
dad,
even. Go ahead.
my dad just didn't get it. I honestly don't believe he still gets it to today. But whether he gets it or not, that doesn't matter. We did what we did, and we don't regret it, and we love what we did, and we do it again.
Yep.
But it's the fact that minorities aren't exposed to this, so that's the reason why my dad is unfamiliar and he's not aware of how this works. He's thinking that Anna's, just giving up our babies. Now, granted, there's people that do that.
Right,
Me and Anna
right,
are against it because I don't want to have a DNA out there that we don't have a relationship, or in the sense it just seems like we just gave it away. I respect the people that do what they do,
right,
but for us that was just uncomfortable. We were already on like, all right, we'll be surrogate, do the surrogacy, and even be willing to do foster care, an
right,
adoption. But as far
right.
as giving away our own DNA, we just weren't comfortable with that.
Uh-huh.
But my dad didn't understand that it wasn't Anna's DNA.
Right, right,
She was just the oven. But that's just because of lack of information to the minority groups.
right.
And
Well,
that's
I can share that part of my story when it comes to that, because so when I did in vitro fertilization, I've stored embryos. And I
uh,
originally had stored them for my cousin because I it was something telling me she was going to have a fertility issue. When she went to go try, eventually decide that she wanted to use them, it was too late for her to even use a donor embryo. And so then I had the dilemma of whether or not I was going to discard or donate them to someone else. And so I did donate them to an organization called Twilight. From that organization, I don't know if a birth actually happened because it's anonymous. You don't know what happens. So it's possible that I could there could be kids out there, at least four of them, because they were four embryos, with my kids' whole genetic DNA. You know, I had four biological kids with my ex husband. So it's possible that I could have them out there. So you're absolutely, it's so many decisions to make in this arena, but so many options that people like you said, minority groups don't know that they have available to them. And so I being able to come and talk about this, I think is very informative. I think it's very admirable of you guys, because you all are actually advocates and helping other people know how to access care.
Yeah. Do you think that you might have what's the word I want to use? Uh what's the word I want to use? With other friends or coworkers? What's the word I'm looking for? Encourage someone to
Well,
give someone else a blessing like this?
I think with a lot of our friends, I'm gonna just throw it at the basic average 50-50 is 50-50 is like, sure, we consider it, and 50-50 is like, nah, not my type of lifestyle I would consider. But
Mhm.
they all respected it and appreciated it. That was the one thing. Whether they were like they do it for themselves, they respected what we did and they appreciated what we did for the other family. So with that being said, whether they would ever actually do it or not, I at least appreciate that they appreciate what we did for the other family, because not before my our own self gratitude, but more just because it at least shows us that they're educated, they're familiar, they understand, and they're not coming
Right.
in with a
Yes.
lack of
Right.
knowledge about what we did.
Right.
So regardless if people do or don't, it's at least that they're more familiar, more educated, and have
Mm-hmm.
at least a general idea of having an open mind towards what this is
Now,
doing.
if you was if one of your friends or someone you knew, coworkers or whatever, found out that they couldn't and they was to come to you and ask you to do it, would you do it for a friend or
For
co?
me, no. For me, no. For Anna, I don't know. She's had to speak on that on her own. And then from that point, whether let's say I say no and she say yeah, then we just sit down and talk like we do anything else and come to some type of agreement where we both felt comfortable. Now, the reason
Mhm.
behind my no is because I don't want to have it close to home like that with a family or friend, because most of our friends are family.
Right.
So, we most of our friends we've known for our entire life. Our friends know our families. Our they don't even need to contact us to contact our family. They can call directly to our family for whatever reason they would need to. So friends wise, we don't really have friends. We have family. Our friends become family. So for me, it's a little too close to home. I don't really have a legitimate reason outside of that why I wouldn't, but I would prefer not to. Now, if I did have a friend that really wanted, that, or a family member that really wanted
That
to,
was the only
I
option.
would I would consider it and see how Anna felt, and we go from there.
Mhm.
But I would try to, refrain from going that route. But at the same time, I'm not really in it for the self pleasure, but more for giving somebody else the opportunity and blessing. So I'd have to look past my selfishness to
Mhm.
be able to move towards. And that's just being, I'm being honest. I'm a human. I do have my own selfishness and things like that that I look at. But in this instance, you kind of have to take yourself out of that bubble and grow a little bit. And I've already done that by saying, "Hey, Anna, I support you and have your back with doing this first surrogacy." So I don't see why it wouldn't be possible. But at the end of the day, I'm not carrying the baby, so it definitely depends on Anna, and she knows, I'm a 1,000% supporter, as long as she's always going to be safe and healthy. Because I'd rather myself leave this earth today before her. And it's just simply I'm not strong enough to watch her leave. I tell her all of that all the time. For me, I can't go through that. For her, she may be a little bit stronger. Doesn't mean she loves me any less
Oh,
than what I do or anything like that. But Anna, with things like that, she's a little bit more rock solid. When we talk about death, she's more like, it is what it is. It's life. We all go through it. And I'm more the type like, listen, I'm not trying to talk about this
I
because
ain't ready.
I ain't ready. I ain't ready. I'm never going to be ready.
common with her.
And
Wow.
what about you, Anna?
Yeah, I think I
What
have
would
that
you
in
say
common
towards
with
that?
her.
You funny, don't Rizzle.
No, you funny, Anna Banana.
You hear their names? Don Rizzo and Anna Banana.
Um, I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't care. I feel like
If she don't care, I don't care. Then it's as simple as that.
I just
Listen, oh, my bad, Anna, but listen, just to let
So
them know when we go to the
you could do it for a friend or family member, Anna. You would do it.
yeah, I would do it. I'm not giving you my egg, and Darren's not giving you his sperm, so you're gonna have to figure that part out. But I mean,
And see,
outside of
I
that,
think I was the opposite. I'm willing to give away my stuff, but I'm just not going to carry it.
yeah, and that's another
Yeah,
thing,
yeah. It's
though.
everybody has their own rhyme.
That's
Okay, well,
another
Carla,
thing
can I
that
have your egg? And Anna, will you carry it for me?
I mean, I don't really care. That's a little awkward though, but I don't really care. But
Why would it be
um,
awkward? I'm your mother-in-law.
because that's just like
That would be
you know,
awkward, Cookie.
You
it's
think
just
That
so?
would be awkward.
When
No.
I
I
was
mean,
trying to find
aside the
You know,
fact that
When I was
the
trying to find a
relationship.
song to play, I came across this video with this lady, this hillbilly lady with a guitar, and she was singing to her son, said, "I'll carry your baby for you. I'll carry my son's baby." And I was like, "Oh, that's so sweet."
I mean,
So,
aside
what?
the fact of the relationship, like you're just old. Like I feel like that's just weird.
that's why you're so old.
Well, because it's just like that Robert De Niro who had a baby at 70. Like now you're just being selfish.
Oh my God.
Like you're not
Mm.
you're not gonna be here to really watch this child, to take care of this child. So why are you doing that?
Look, girl, I'm only 55.
Yeah.
Exactly. So in 20
Imagine,
years,
imagine him pulling up at the high school graduation.
that's what I'm saying. Like, that just seems ridiculous. Like, but I will say that's the one thing I did tell Don Ray, like, with doing the surrogacy again, like I would I want someone, not even that they have to live in Pennsylvania, but someone that lives in the States.
Why?
Just for a different experience.
Okay.
Not that that was an issue, because like I said, we built a great relationship with them living outside. They live in Europe,
So
so
let me ask
like
you this. Do you think that it was so easy for y'all to bond like that because they did live so far away? So do you want to see if you did something closer, if you could still create that bond?
no,
If
because I
that
don't see why it would be different, because we
didn't know the
still,
person.
the only thing I'll say I do not like, and this is just me as a person, pregnant or not, I don't like to be touched.
She's right on that.
So,
So that means
like
she don't want no belly rubbing. She don't want no belly rubbing.
and I'll say,
Yeah,
they asked me a few times, to like rub my belly, but it wasn't like every single time they saw, you know what I'm saying? That's okay,
yeah,
because
yeah.
I'm not gonna deny you of that,
She wouldn't
you
even let
know,
me rub her belly half the time. I was
But
but
like,
I
like
don't like that either though. And this is the thing. I'm a hugger and all of that. Like I grew up in a family of huggers. We all huggers. We all are affectionate, but I don't like that belly rubbing. I don't like that. To me that's too much, too violating.
I don't even like to just like, I mean, you can ask downright, like they be trying to sit next to me on a couch, and we got a big sectional. Like, go to the fucking dining room, bro, because I don't want you that close to me. Like,
Anna,
y'all are too
I think
close.
Anna thought I would get you attached. Was you
And
thinking I would get attached, Anna?
I mean, it don't even matter about that. I don't like the physical touch, So that's my only, I guess, like boundary thing. But outside of that, like, no, I don't care if the couple live down the street from me.
Mhm.
Just don't be touching me every 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
You could watch me, deliver them vaginally. Like, I don't care. Just don't touch me.
Yeah.
that's just my only thing. But like I said, I did let them, they asked a few times, to rub my belly. And of course, when the baby was moving and they were near, like I would try to, tell them where to touch or whatever so they could feel,
Uh,
but these people in my house, they like to touch me all the time. And I can't get down with that.
so can Don Ray touch you anytime he wants to?
Oh no, we be fighting. Like, stop touching me. Like, where is he? Dom Ray, are you there? I
I'm
that's
here.
not.
I'm here, y'all. I'm here. I'll just keep muting y'all because I don't want y'all to hear my background noise.
But Ray, I don't like y'all touching me.
You said you don't like what people touching you?
Yeah, I don't like
You
y'all
know,
touching me.
she don't like you. Oh, wait a
Oh
minute,
yeah,
y'all.
nah, hell no.
Buttercup too?
Nah, yeah, Anna be like, yo, give me my personal space. She's strong in that personal bubble. I don't know what the hell happened to her as a child that bubble stuck with her, but she don't
She
get up in
went
her
there
bubble.
with it.
Don't get up in her bubble. She like her
No,
personal
it's
space.
just I feel like I'm really big on like consent. Like you need to ask to touch
Ask
me.
what? If I want to rest my head on your lap, I'm gonna rest my fucking head on your lap.
And I just be like, no, it's funny though because I just sit there like I'm like I don't know him, and I just be like, is like I get tense. Like, is you gonna stop
You be
touching me?
looking down at his head like, nigga.
For
Like,
real.
who are you? Like, and what gives you the right to? It's just like. But I mean, outside of that, no. For I did tell Don Ray if we with the surrogacy again, I would like someone that is at least here in America. Just like I said, just to give it a different experience, a different you know
Right,
So if
definitely.
you
Yeah, give a different
decide to
experience.
do it again, like you said, in maybe another 3 years, what's your cutoff age that you'll say, okay, I can't do this no more? 40, 45?
I mean, if I feel like I'm physically, mentally, emotionally
Emotionally.
healthy enough, I mean, I would do it at 50, but
Well, shit,
And a
ain't no way you
medical
gonna be able to do it
guideline.
at 50 because we gonna
Yeah.
be traveling.
no, well, yeah, for sure. But like whatever I
Yeah.
feel like is, I don't know. I don't know. It's however I feel at the time, and of course, like what my doctor says, if I can do it. But definitely how I feel. I feel like that's another thing. Like I'm big on, like I said, that's why I chose the doctor that I met for a few minutes over a provider I had seen multiple times because I just felt better about him.
Now I
Yeah.
know this is a long time from now, but would you ever let Tina do it?
I don't
That's got
care.
to just that's on her. That's her
Yeah, that's
body,
for
her
sure.
life. You know, if that's what she would want, we got her full support. We'll give her our full support. If she
It's
don't want to
funny
do it, that's
because
fine also.
yeah,
But I mean,
when
we all know Valentina. She's very caring, loving. I mean, she's just a phenomenal kid. I aspire
Yes,
to
she is.
be as loving and kind-hearted as she is. I probably would never be like her, even with doing what me and Anna have done. I mean, Valentina's just. I mean, she's just the most genuine, loving, kind-hearted person I've ever met. So I don't see why she wouldn't do it if she thought about she wanted to do it. And yeah, I mean, I could see Valentina doing it.
I could
But if
too.
she didn't,
Mhm.
I wouldn't be mad or upset either. It's her life and what she's comfortable with.
Right. You can't be mad at her anytime your child tell you she want to be a police officer.
Shit, you hear me? You hear me?
That didn't make you look like. Then you could anything she want to do. It's all going to be all right.
Yep, absolutely.
Wow. I really enjoyed y'all. I mean, y'all can keep on talking. I just don't want you to feel
Yeah.
obligated whenever y'all say you ready to shut it down. Because you know me, I could do 12-hour lives. I might even, when I end this, I might come back. They don't know me, do they, Carla?
No, yeah, Cookie and keep it going. She'll take a nap and come
Baby.
back.
I'm, I'm sitting there down. Well, no, I do got to get up early. My sister and my best friend, we're supposed to go on a road trip tomorrow. and it's supposed to rain, and I'm a little pissed off because I'm like, I don't like doing nothing when it's raining because my
It's
arthritis.
not supposed to rain tomorrow.
That's what Connie said. She said it's supposed to rain up until Tuesday, but
Not tomorrow.
well, I hope you're right because I really don't want to be on the road.
I mean, I guess it depends on where you're going, but
Delaware.
where you going to Delaware? Okay, you don't got to tell your business to these people, but okay.
Yeah. I don't want to go nowhere. This is my sister and Connie's Mother's Day trip they want to take. So I want to,
Oh, y'all going to a casino?
huh?
Y'all going to a casino?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is you muted?
No.
No. I plead the fifth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I know them people.
Yeah. We're going to visit Carla.
Mm-hmm.
It's up the street from me. It is up the street from me.
I know. We can't go to that. Can we? I think she's allowed to go to that one. She's barred. But no. My
Oh
husband,
no.
he's
Yeah, I
trying to
told you. I know
talk
where
about.
y'all going.
I ain't supposed to talk about her on my lives. But no, because my husband said I'm not allowed to go to no casino, so I'm not going to no casino. I'm going to a concert.
Okay.
What
If you say
concert? What
so.
concert? Who y'all seeing?
T-Dot,
Um,
we
it's called Park, Delaware Park. It's at Delaware Park. Delaware Park. Yeah,
It sounds like a bunch of BS, but okay.
it's a park.
A, a casino park, a concert park.
It's called Delaware Park.
it's okay. I can call her.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I can call the best friend.
We're going viral.
Right.
He might be listening, so I need to let him know where I'm going. Delaware Park.
Okay. Well, y'all enjoy yourself at the park.
Thank you. Any
Y'all be
donation?
lying.
Who said that? Carla? Who said that? Anna?
Of course I said it.
Listen, Miss Goody Two Shoes.
I don't do none of that nonsense, okay?
We should take Don Ray for our designated driver.
Yeah, I
Excuse
done
me?
left y'all in Delaware and came back to Pennsylvania, and y'all can call me when y'all ready.
Yeah. But no, I think I deserve a trip. I need to get out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania for a minute.
You just be putting your business out there.
I
Okay.
know. I don't live there though, do I? Close, but
I live
not
in Puerto
there.
Rico. I live in Puerto Rico. I don't know what they talking about.
I know I shared your Puerto Rico videos. I even told everybody you were willing to travel to come, and if you got a big job, my son will come all the way
Well,
from Puerto Rico.
money talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite place to go.
Next time, I promise, I'm going.
Miss
Watch.
Carla, you been to Puerto Rico?
I've been there a lot. My kids own property there
Miss,
on Macau.
oh my cow?
Where?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
In
that's where my dad's
Umacao.
from.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
that's where
where
my
my
dad.
ex was born. Yeah, my ex was
Oh,
born there. Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yep.
that's the same place your dad's from, right?
yeah, yep. That's where my dad's from. Yeah, yep.
Okay. See,
Yeah,
Carla.
small world, huh?
Good cookie with how now look at that. We didn't even know that. I didn't even know that.
That's where it's come from,
Yes.
baby. Your
Yes,
ex, my ex.
my kid's grandfather owns 3 properties over there, and when something happens to him, they belong to him. So I mean, something happens to him, they belong to them. So
That's awesome.
So it's
they
no
lived there for many,
exaggeration
many
when
years.
we
He was
say we are family, baby. We're connected some kind of way. And now we got a vacation
exactly
place to come to.
right. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's so neat and interesting. I didn't know that. Your mom would have never knew that to tell me that. So
I would,
see?
yeah, I would never thought they mentioned that. Yeah. And
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. You'd be amazed at how much you have in common with people without even knowing them.
Yes,
Like when me and Carla talk, the
absolutely.
things she say, it's kind of like, really, we got
Mm,
it's kind of scary. It really is.
yeah. Yeah, and to know that that is so strange to have that in common, because that's not a common place
Right.
for it's so many areas in Puerto Rico for you to have said that. So, like I said, your mom would have never known to tell me that. So that was an interesting fact to learn. Yeah.
Because even when you tell me about your ex and his
Yeah.
nationality, I never thought to ask you, oh, where he's from. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. He's the only one of his siblings that was born in Puerto Rico. He's the youngest. And he was the
oh wow,
only
he was
one that
born
was
there.
born there. Yes, he was born there. His older two siblings were born here in the United States. And
Mm-hmm.
he was the only one that was born there. That his mom, they went back there
Uh,
and they ran a bakery there for many years that they owned. And then they came back to the States and he lived in the Bronx and then moved to New Jersey. Yep.
honey, offline, we're gonna have to see if there might be some relations there.
Right, right. Because it's
Amen.
possible.
Because you got two names
Yes.
to say, and if you say one of those names, I'm be like, what?
Yeah, right, right.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, we had to figure this out because probably is some connection.
It might, because
Yeah,
then when
and
you
it's a
tell me,
small
I'm
town
calling
too.
his dad saying,
Yes,
"Are
it
you
is.
related to
It
this type
is.
of person? Do you know this name?" And if he
Right.
say, "Yeah, girl," I might pass out.
Yeah. And one of his cousins, when we would go there, we would take a boat to go to Venezuela.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's dope. That's dope. I need to do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And
But
I don't
yeah,
want to sound ignorant and stupid. So Venezuela is close to Puerto Rico.
it's a boat ride.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
I get lost in
You don't
Pennsylvania.
want to go. You don't really want to go there right now because it's it's in ruins. I mean, kind of, somewhat because of everything going on with the sanctions and stuff like that. But yeah, back then, it's a boat ride.
Wow. Did you know that, right?
Nah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. No.
Wow.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
Shame on your daddy for not taking y'all there when y'all been there.
You know, he ain't. My dad ain't been to Puerto Rico in about what 30 something years until I took him there. So he
Yeah.
he was over here. He remember a little bit, getting around. And a couple times I was like, I don't know, bro. I'm throwing this GPS.
Yeah.
You won't get us lost somewhere in the jungles.
Yeah, for real though.
It
He
used
had
to
us
be right over there.
he had us going up these crazy mountains and whatnot. I'm like, listen, this
All
little
right, do
4 cylinder
you all go
car.
to the El Juque, the waterfall?
No, we didn't, because we had our daughter with us, and it would have been a little
Okay.
bit too much for her.
Yeah.
But yeah, we
Yeah.
want to eventually, definitely. And
Yeah, yeah,
uh,
that'll be a good, that'll be a good thing to go there. Yeah.
Anna, what's the name of the other island that Puerto Rico owns that we was trying to go to, but it ended up raining? Anna,
Um,
Vieques?
yeah, Vieques and I don't remember the other one.
Me either. But like one of them's like a black beach one.
Uh-huh.
They're just little islands off of the main island, basically.
Yeah, but you had to take a ferry and it rained, so we didn't get to go the last time we were there. But
Okay.
maybe the next time.
Yeah, Carla,
Yeah.
my
It's a
6-year-old
big place.
grandbaby done been to more countries and states than I ever been, and she's only 6.
That's a beautiful thing
Yeah.
because you want to know what traveling like that helps broaden people's worldview. I think
Hmm.
a lot of times the level of selfishness that we have here in America, when you are able to travel, it opens you up a little bit more to be more mindful of the world, how you
Right.
see how
Absolutely.
different people live in different places. It helps you to be more mindful of and mindful, grateful. Sometimes, you know, it allows you to see, where you need to improve yourself. It's so much you see when you have that experience.
Right.
I
Yes.
think it's a good thing. So when children get the opportunity to do that, it's definitely a good experience for them, because then it opens them up to realizing that you where you sit in the world is not the only place in the world.
Right.
And it makes you look at um, other people around you to understand, because as spoiled as she is, she has a heart of gold. She doesn't uh, not share. She's very caring and considerate. And you would think, with her being the only child right now, and as spoiled as she is, you would think she would be a selfish little child. Not at all.
Not at
Not.
all.
Well, I always tell people it's a difference between being spoiled and spoiled rotten.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Like some people, is being spoiled. It's nothing wrong with being spoiled, but being spoiled rotten, that's a problem. So,
Right.
Right.
yeah, it's not. I tell people through my childhood, I had a great childhood experience. I was very spoiled. I was the only child in a sea full of adults, in my household, and then I had special privileges in the households around my family. And
Mhm.
so I was spoiled, but I don't think I'm rotten though. I don't think anybody who know me would say I was. So
And I definitely could say the same. I don't come from an easy background, but I don't come from
right,
the worst background. But nonetheless,
right.
like I always tell my daughter, I'm like, listen, like you have it better than what I had it,
Mhm.
and you have it better than what other kids have. But you have to understand that it's not like that everywhere in the world where everything's all
Right.
peaches and cream. You know,
Mhm.
so you have to respect the other lifestyles and things that other people go through, and
Mhm.
have an open heart to it. You can't just think
Right.
that we're better because you have more, or just be closed minded thinking that the world just runs easily. It doesn't, and we
Right.
try to expose her to both sides within
That's
reason so
good.
that she can grow to be a more healthier person in life. Because
Mhm.
no matter how successful she may become financially in this world, I
Right.
care more about where her heart is at.
Her
You know,
character.
'cause-
Right.
yeah,
Right.
her character.
Right. Mhm.
That's
Right.
what goes a long ways. And she gets it. As any child, they have their ups and downs, but for nonetheless, she gets it, and I'm always proud. The fact that is, when she's out and about school, when she was in daycare, when she's in her learning center, all that stuff. The constantly girl, she's so well mannered. She's so respectful. She always makes other kids feel welcome, and like one time there was a kid that came in that had a disability. She was the first one to go in, greet the kid, help the kid out, and give the kid the loops of how the things went in the daycare. And it just made me proud as a parent to know that, she gets it. Doesn't matter how somebody looks or where they come from or what they do or don't have. It's about
Right.
that heart, that character, the morals
Yes.
and values. That's
Absolutely.
what matters the most. And then with her having that, that'll give her all the open doors that she needs in the future.
Mhm. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, you too, and you are exhibiting extraordinary things in front of her. So I can only imagine. I can only imagine what she will be. It's not yet appear what she will be, but I can only imagine what
Absolutely.
that will be.
So I have a medical question to whomever may be able to answer between Dara, you might even know the answer, but Carla or Anna. So with even though I understand that that wasn't your egg, Anna, and it wasn't down raised anything, would that baby have anything of yours, like
No.
like we the characteristics or
Just
you
the
know?
love and care that we had while the baby was in Anna's womb, that baby will recognize the love and care that we had for it, and hopefully just spread that love and care to the rest of the people that it comes across within the baby's lives. But genetically, no, nothing at all, 100% no. But when the baby is in the womb, the connection of what the baby hears and what the
Right.
baby feels and the interactions, absolutely that baby will definitely get that from us.
Well, and it would pick up her immunity.
Yes, that
So
too.
yes,
Right.
so it wouldn't pick up her traits, but her body, the immunities in her body, because she's the one, the source of nutrition,
Uh-huh.
it would pass on to the baby. So yes, that not any DNA or anything like that, but she is everything in her body is working to nourish and prepare that baby for life. So it would develop her whatever immunities that she has.
Okay.
And
Right.
fun fact for you, biologically, a child who was adopted from the day that they were born,
Mm-hmm.
even though they're raised by now, their new parents in a sense, by adopted parents, and they've never ever met their biological parents,
Uh-huh.
they will have they could have their mannerisms from their biological parents, but this
Yes.
isn't my biological child, so they won't be like me.
Right.
Right.
Mm.
Right. Because that the mannerisms are coming from environmental things. So that's environmentally the child. If the foster child, my cousin has a baby, a foster baby that she got when she was one of them. The first one she got when she was 6 weeks old, and then the second one, the baby was I think like 3 days, 3 or 4 days old. And yeah, lots of those kids' mannerisms are so much like her because it's environmental, it's nurture,
Right.
over nature. Yeah.
Mm. Wow.
And they'll
It's,
never look like me. I mean, they don't even look like me right now, but they won't.
so do you see the fathers in them? Hi, 312, welcome.
Hey, 312.
Have you been listening? Um, so
Yeah, do they look like the dads, Anna?
Yeah, that's how we figured out whose was whose.
Okay.
also now you can really see each dad in them. You know what I mean?
I mean, we knew a few months ago. We kind of figured it out,
Uh-huh.
just by just by ha- what they look like. I think maybe when they were like 3 or 4 months, we kind of figured it out, and um,
I missed you go again. So when they were born, could you tell which one was for who?
looking back, yes, I know baby A. I know whose is baby A and whose is baby B.
Yeah, we had a good idea. We could. They look like
And
they
we did
like
we
each
did kind of
dad.
have a good idea like the first few days
And
just
remember,
based
we
off
were
their
right.
features.
The whole time we were
Yeah, we
right.
were
So
right.
I don't know if it
Oh,
was
y'all was
luck,
right. So
but
what did y'all do? Make a bet on if y'all was gonna who was gonna be right? Or y'all both
No,
had
we kind of
at the
we
same
both agreed on, like, what we thought, we both thought the same thing.
time? Wow.
And then it just kind of, now that they're kind of forming and, being, not looking all weird alien like, um I mean, that's what babies look like when they kind of look weird when
Yeah,
they first come out.
everybody says that.
But now they look
Everybody
like
says that.
they look like what they're supposed to look like, like they got some meat on them.
Uh-huh.
um you can definitely tell. And I mean, we already knew who was baby A and who was baby B the second they came out because of how they were placed or whatever. Even just how their ultrasounds were, like we already knew who was who. But
Wait, what you mean how they was placed? Like
well,
uh,
baby, so technically when they're in the womb, it's baby A and baby B, but when they come out, it's one and two, baby one and baby two, because baby A doesn't necessarily have to be baby one. So they don't say baby A and baby B when they're born. Like, when you have a baby, they just say
right,
baby
right.
girl,
Because our
whatever your
first
last name is. So they do it baby one and baby two because that's the order that they came in, one and two. But baby A, it was the first one born because he was always down. he was always baby A. Like he was always what baby A is. He was always down. And then baby B was always above baby A, so that's why he's baby B. But just looking at their ultrasounds, you could just tell who's who. I mean, and because like I said, they were born in that same order.
Right.
Um, but we kind of figured it out like when we were in the hospital, who was who, or we guessed, and then we were right.
Okay.
I mean, you
So
can
do
tell
you
though, like
you all know you were right because there was some confirmatory testing done to confirm it, or you just think you're right because of the features that you have now developed?
well, their features, but looking at their baby pictures, like they sent me baby pictures of them, you can just
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
tell.
Well, you
Now,
want to know what I was wondering if you all had confirmed if it was like confirmed if they did testing to confirm which one was the
I didn't ask
biological dad
them,
to the other.
but
Yeah,
I
I would be
mean, really, I
interested for
don't
you
think they
to ask so
care.
I could know if you all were actually right because it would be weird if y'all were wrong, right? It would be strange.
Well,
I
you
mean,
can.
not saying that you guys are wrong, but it would be weird to find out if you all were wrong based on the biology. Cause I I know like a lot of so often like we think that children come out like looking like their parents and stuff like that, but I have people in my family that I look more like than my parents that they think are my actual parents. And
right.
so I would want to know like biologically if they are
Earlier.
if you guys are right. Yeah, if you are confirmed
Well,
that you're
see,
right.
I don't like. Yes, it has to do with how they look,
Uh-huh.
but their features, like one has blue eyes, and people in Europe are white, basically.
Right.
Mhm.
And the dad has blue eyes, same color hair. The other one, he's not from Europe, and he has dark
Okay.
hair.
Okay.
Like
Okay.
just things like that too, but even
Okay.
just their facial
Okay.
feature, like the nose or the
Hmm.
chin or the eyes, you can just tell.
So when
Okay.
they first came out, did the fathers could they tell which one was who?
I mean, babies look weird, so I think maybe they probably guessed because they obviously know what they look like as babies. They didn't send me their baby pictures until just a few months ago when we was talking about it or whatever.
Uh,
Hmm.
So they obviously knew what they looked like, and I'm sure even their parents, you
Hmm.
know, looking at their grandchild could tell kind of who was who.
so when you looked at the pictures of the fathers and you looked at the babies' pictures, can you see? Do they look like they did when they? You know what I mean? When
Yeah,
the
you can see the resemblance. You can see who's who.
okay.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, just aside from how they look now, just comparing to their baby pictures, you could tell, like,
Hmm.
yeah, that's definitely your child.
Wow.
And we
That
don't know
is
what the
so
mom looks
neat.
like to compare it. So
That is so neat that they are. I mean, I know some people wouldn't find it that way, but that they are. That there's an eth, ethnicity difference, but they are twins.
and
Yeah,
yeah, I
like.
don't know what the mom is. I never asked them what the mom
Hmm.
is.
Oh, so you don't know anything about the mother?
I just know that she was 29 years old when she donated her eggs.
Oh,
Hmm.
And I only know that because when I went to an appointment on maternal fetal medicine, the doctor asked me just so that they could put it into their data information.
Hmm.
Um, and so I asked them, and um, yeah, that's the only thing I know. She was 29 years old when she donated.
Do Do you know if they have any contact with her?
I don't think so, because I think that
Okay,
I think she donated just to the fertility clinic,
so she
and then they
was
went to the
a known
fertility clinic,
donor. Yeah.
right, and
Okay.
they just got one of the eggs that they
Okay.
had.
Okay. An
Yeah, I think
anonymous
if I
donor.
remember
Okay.
correctly, they just know her, her basic her medical history, and that's it. Just for one, obviously
And
for their
they
kids.
probably know about her. They should know about her genetic genes, traits, all that stuff too. I think they provide them with that. I think they may know that information because they're selecting from that. That's
Yeah,
even with
I
an
think they
anonymous donor.
know.
That, yeah. Hmm.
I don't think we ever asked them. So
Never asked them. Hmm.
yeah, I don't think I ever
Yeah.
asked them.
Yeah, I was wondering because of the type of relationship that they had with you guys. I was wondering would they if they wanted that same type of thing with the egg donor, but
Yeah.
No, but
A
it's
lot-
funny. I do think. I mean, either way, I don't think they would have really been picky and choosy because they've been going through this process for 5 years.
Oh, okay.
Um, but
wow.
I think,
What took them so long? Was
Did
it
they
the
say why so long? Yeah.
well, aside from COVID, that kind of was like a year, 2 years almost of everything being shut down.
Mhm.
But then just the fact that there's more intended parents than there are surrogates.
Right.
I mean, it
That
takes
is true, and yeah, that's true, and then the egg donor matching because they had to get an egg donor match first too. So,
yeah. So just
that
doing all
also
that.
extends the
Wait a minute, so
process. And do
the
and,
egg got
and
to match the sperm?
no, what I mean is they have just like they had to match to Anna as the
Oh,
gestational
oh,
carrier.
oh, okay.
First, they have to get the egg donor match too. And sometimes it's so many different ways to do it, but sometimes they're doing share egg donor. So that means because just like what Anna just said, right? There are more parents looking for to be parents than there are people looking to donate. So sometimes two and three families could be sharing an egg donor, one egg donor, and depending on how many eggs that egg donor has, depending on where they fall in the line of receiving those eggs, the egg donor could cycle and it could be no eggs for that for where they fall in the three couples. So a lot of times three intended parents could be using one egg donor.
Wow.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
if the woman produces, let's say she produces 20 eggs, and when they go to do the match, the first couple is going to get the maximum number of eggs that they requested. And then the next couple, and if you're the third couple, if there aren't any left, then you don't get any eggs from that donor. You have to wait. And so that can extend the process. But it was another thing when Anna was talking about COVID, fertility had to shut down during COVID. They
Mm-hmm.
were
Hmm.
finding ways, yeah, they were finding ways to do in vitro fertilization. I'm sorry, intrauterine inseminations, but they were not able to do the more invasive procedures, which was IVF. And because they had to close their ambulatory surgical centers, the treatment wasn't considered medically necessary. So they forced them to
Mhm.
close. So yeah, so that did create extended wait times. Yep. But yeah,
Well, and
I didn't
they
even
they
think
did
about
say
that.
too that where they live in Europe, there was only one clinic that worked with the clinic here.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So even just aside from all the science, normally, just trying to figure out how to get their sperm
Yep.
to
Because they
go
got to
from
ship that.
because they
Mm-hmm.
said that it has to be a person who carries it.
Mm-hmm.
Now
Mm-hmm.
let me
And
ask you this. I don't think you hit on this. When we talk about, the difficulties they had for the 5 years, did it have anything to do with who they were? Like, were there people that maybe checked off, no, they was not willing to do that for that type of couple?
no, because they said that I was the first surrogate that they spoke to. So that's what I'm saying. It's a long, long wait to even be matched with somebody because one, the process alone, like I said, we started this process in the beginning of 2022 and I
Hmm.
just delivered at the end of 2023. That's
Right.
almost 2 years. So if I'm busy with one person, Well, obviously now, technically speaking, they're not going to get me pregnant again to be a surrogate till at least a year, and just the lack of surrogates, it's like you're
Mhm.
on a waiting list.
Right.
And did they say, or did you find out from them if they are interested in having any more children, or only though they only did, that's why they wanted twins because they only wanted two?
That's why they wanted twins. They said they don't want to do it
Okay,
again. It's a lot of money,
okay,
they said.
Yeah, I
yeah,
bet.
yeah, yeah. I was just wondering, yeah.
Yeah, no, I asked them that, and so they said basically the embryos that they have, they're gonna just get they're not gonna be used. They're just gonna go to waste, in a sense. They got what they wanted.
So okay, so they got more. I don't like how they get more.
Yeah, they froze it. That's what I'm. So, however many that, and that's where it goes, where you have to kind of like explain the full cycle process. When because that's the part that Anna didn't go through. Anna just got the transfer. She didn't go through the retrieval, right? So that's why it's called. She got a donor embryo. She did a donor embryo frozen cycle. Frozen frozen embryo transfer, FET.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
she did, that's how what she did. So she skipped the retrieval portion. So she didn't go through the part of the journey of retrieving the eggs. And when when you retrieve the eggs, so that's why for her process was easy, like a speculum, and like you're getting a G1N exam, because the retrieval is the evasive process. And that's when they go into aspirate the eggs. Remember I was telling you with the day 3 blood work how they look at the follicles on the ovaries?
Mm-hmm.
They look at those follicles because that's telling them potentially how many eggs they can retrieve from that individual. And they stimulate them with hormones in order to mature those eggs,
Hmm.
because those eggs don't mature. They don't. You get those follicles on day 3 of your cycle, but they don't mature on their own. Only one releases. And so at the end of the month. So when your next cycle day is. So whether you're on a 28-day cycle, 30, 31, 45, whatever it is, it's only going to one release, at the most two. But what they do with the first part of IVF, because Anna did a frozen embryo transfer, a donor embryo, frozen embryo transfer. But when you do IVF, they have to retrieve the eggs. The medical term is oocytes, right? So they retrieve them, but they retrieve them from the follicles on the ovary. That's where the egg is encased in the follicle. They use the hormones to mature those eggs, because those eggs are not going to mature through the regular menstrual process. And from then you get more eggs. You get more than one. You get more than two.
Okay.
So, like for me, on my first cycle, I had 30 eggs aspirated.
Wow.
But I went into hyperstimulation because of that. That's what made my first cycle not successful. And that's why I was interested in knowing, were you successful on your first cycle? Because for me, I was a perfect candidate to get pregnant on the first cycle, but it took me 3 cycles to get pregnant
Hmm.
because they overstimulated me. And it's called ovarian hyperstimulation. And I essentially, I ended up getting too many hormones, and that's why I produced so many eggs. But in producing so many, they did they probably didn't mature right.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when you produce too many, you aren't mature, so they have to be able to calibrate it. But when they go in and do that, you go into a twilight. Anna, on her process, she only had to get a speculum put in, lay there like you said 30 minutes, and then leave. But when they retrieve the eggs, you do go under sedation.
Hmm. It's literally, it's a procedure. I mean, it's literally like,
Right, right,
Oh wow.
right,
Y'all got my
right.
stomach hurt.
But see, and that's another reason why I will not do egg donation, because I don't want to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't want
And
to,
it,
I have no problem being pregnant for 9 months and delivering a baby, but I don't want to do that.
yeah,
Mhm.
you have to inject yourself every single
Yep.
day.
Can't. Mm-mm.
You first start with a Lupron that controls your cycle. You have to control the cycle because you have to control it in order for you to start taking the hormones that are going to mature the follicles. And so
So
you
this
do
could
that
be
for
a
a month.
biological her egg.
This is when you do a cycle, like when I did it. When I did a cycle, and I was using my own eggs for me to get pregnant. So I had to go on Lupron for a month. I had to inject myself with that one injection for a month, right? So that I could get my follicle build up,
Hmm.
right? And then I after that month, when you get on your day one of your cycle, you come in on day three, you get that blood work, and then they start stimulating you with the medications to grow the follicle, to grow the eggs, to
Okay.
to mature them. And so then that's when you got to go in, get all of that blood work. That's why Anna was able to skip all of that part of the process, because it wasn't her eggs,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
Yeah, so she was
So
able to
the
skip
mom
it.
did it. Yeah.
Right, the egg donor did that part. And so, but
And
so
it
I
says, yes.
you have to go in every day, get blood work, get an ultrasound. They are measuring the follicles to make sure that they're maturing properly. And then once they get a certain amount of follicles that they can make sure that they've matured, then
Hmm.
you get scheduled for the retrieval, and they go in and they aspirate them. But you are injecting yourself at the beginning for 1 month with one injection. And then for until the eggs are ready to be aspirated through the retrieval, you are going to be injecting yourself every day with two injections. And then,
Okay, so if she was ovulating or producing her eggs or whatever, they still gotta take those eggs out and then do something with it with the sperm to make it connect.
yes, yes,
An
yes. So
embryo.
they wash the sperm, right? And then, so what the male will either have a frozen sperm sample on hand that's been washed, or they will give a fresh sample and they'll wash it. And then, if it's conventional IVF, they will put the two products, the egg and the sperm, in a dish and allow them to come together on their own. But
Hmm.
if there is some type of male infertility issue, they will do a procedure called intracytoplasmic injection, where they inject a single sperm into the egg directly. So it's like a needle,
Hmm.
and they inject that sperm directly into the egg, so they don't allow it to come. But all of these things cost more money. So that would be the difference between people deciding whether or not they move forward. But if a male has an issue with his with layman's would say his swimmers, like if his sperm isn't swimming properly for it to come together on its own, then they will use this procedure, intracytoplasmic injection. We call it ICSI, and for short. And they inject the sperm into the embryo and wait for it to develop. They watch the cell division, and then once that cell division, the embryologist, the people who look at this, they're called embryologists.
Hmm.
And so you have REs, who are reproductive endocrinologists. They are the ones who perform the procedures that I was telling you about, the IVF, the IUI. But then you also have another level of scientists in the lab called embryologists, who are only looking at the cell division of the embryos to determine when the embryos are able to be placed back into the uterus.
So Anna, let's say hypothetically you, because yours was an easy process, and
No, it
if you,
wasn't easy. It wasn't
well, you know
easy
what I
for
mean, she didn't have to go
yeah,
through so much like you just explained.
yeah, yeah.
But if if her first whatever
Transfer.
transfer was unsuccessful, could you have backed out
Mm-hmm.
of the contract
Yes.
with no repercussions?
There is no repercussions. I mean, at any time I could say, okay, I don't want to do it.
Okay.
And
Now,
you
obviously,
can
uh huh.
you could you could say you didn't want to do it after you got pregnant. Like, could you?
Well, okay, I was
Could
gonna say once
okay.
I'm pregnant, technically yes. But then any money that was like, let's say I want to keep the baby. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
So in
Well,
my contract,
want to keep or terminate it, because some people I know they've terminated because they've had severe more a diagnosis of severe morning sickness, and then they
um,
decided.
to
Yeah.
terminate
Really?
to
Yeah.
terminate. No, there wasn't really like, because like I said, it's up to me. You know what I'm saying? They made it very clear to me. My lawyer made it very clear to me that you know I can say no, but
Mm-hmm.
to keep the baby, that's different. Basically, they would sue me, or they
Yeah,
could sue me.
they could, but the law, it would depend on the law in the state whether they would be successful, and that is like some murky water that people have found themselves in. Like, I can tell you, there's one particular case, and where the she wasn't even she was kind of like you. She was a gestational carrier. The embryos didn't belong to her. She decided that she was not going to give the babies to the intended parents, and ended up suing the biological, well, not suing, but taking the biological father to court for child support.
What?
Yes. What
These
I'm gonna
people
tell you,
just
I'm
That
gonna tell you
case
why
you win.
I'm gonna tell you why she changed her mind. Why she said she changed her mind, because she said that there was something inside of the intended mother's psych evaluation that they did not reveal to her, and she
Oh.
was not comfortable handing the babies over to them. This was a twins too, twin babies too.
But wait a minute, was it her egg? It wasn't her egg though, right?
No, they're not even biologically her children. But because she delivered them, that's what I'm telling you. The law supersedes whatever legal contracts that were made. So they might have a civil, you're right, they might have a civil suit, but the way that this is still being litigated in court behind this particular situation is because the parents, the birth mother, is saying that there was something that was not revealed to her from the intended mother's psych eval. And based on that, that was what made her change her mind.
Wow.
She didn't find it out until after she was pregnant with the baby. This is what she's saying.
Right, right.
This is
hmm.
her defense.
So this case is still pending, or has there?
From what I know, they are still litigating. Those intended parents have not received those babies.
At this point, like, come on now, that's ridiculous. Yeah, no, it does
It's
say
tw-
though, or I should say it did, because at this point, whatever, right? But
I'll be right
it did
back.
also say in my contract that I'm not like me and Don Ray, we can't have sex 2 weeks before transfer and 2 weeks after. Um, and if
yeah.
let's say the embryos didn't stick and I happen to get pregnant by Don Ray, and we
Mhm,
just kind of go through, obviously not knowing that it's our baby and not their baby. Same
mhm.
thing at the end, if it comes that they can request a DNA test, and if it comes that it's my baby and not their baby, they can sue me. But obviously that didn't happen,
Yeah. Yeah.
because those are not
So
my
it
babies.
yeah, you said you was clear on that part. Yeah,
Hmm.
but that mother had the same thing. They were not her biological children. But
I just
because,
I
and
I
that's just,
can't I can't see myself keeping somebody else's. I mean, it's different, like a foster care adoption type of situation, but like this, like, why would I keep a baby?
yeah.
It's funny,
It's
our friend, he asked us when I was pregnant one day, he said, would you guys keep the babies? And I told him if it was a situation like something happened to them,
I was gonna ask you that. Yeah.
and whoever was technically supposed to take them couldn't or didn't want to or whatever, yeah, I would keep them.
Mhm.
Because it's like I carried them, so of course you know what I'm saying. It's a different kind of love, but
Yeah.
to just keep them, just to keep them, no, that seems
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah, to me, I think that was one of like the most horrific cases of like that I saw in this situation and scenario where it was like this, and honestly, I made the intended mother's mental state even worse because
I bet.
a lot of times people don't realize that when the intended mothers are having some mental health issues, it is behind them not being able to have a baby and all that they've gone through in order to do that. So some of what might be documented about them has is in relation to that, but she used whatever was documented to say that she did not want to go through with get handing the babies over. And like I said, and because there is no law for gestational care, surrogacy, they have to follow the adoption law. And in that state, I think it was like 90 days that they have to change their mind.
Mm,
Mhm.
And she did not sign those babies over.
See,
wow.
that's another reason why I feel like I not that I couldn't or can't do it, but I like going through with the agency. I couldn't do a private surrogacy.
Right.
Hmm.
I feel like the agency has my back and has their back.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Well,
Like I
they
don't
did go through agency. They did go through, but because
that
the laws are very, the law varies different in different states. So this is why in some states they are. It's not like it's so straight across the board laws on this. It's varying from state to state. So those states that don't have any law in place for it, even when they use the agency, the law is going to supersede the contract. So there are caveats in the law on adoption that will help to do away with the contract.
mhm.
And that is where some of these families are ending up finding themselves in these type of legal perils because it's sticky. They taking a chance. It's a real risk they taking. They just gotta hope and pray that that
Yeah.
everybody makes good. At the end.
Right. Like I said, it's a wonderful gift that y'all
Yes,
did, blessing, and I'm just proud of you.
me too.
Very
Yeah.
happy to call you my daughter-in-law. Very proud of my son for being a stand-up man and
Hmm.
supporting his wife because, like I said, and it gives your daughter something to,
Yeah.
what's the word I'm looking?
Gossip about. It's like
No.
So
my
I mean,
my mommy had some babies and gave them away.
right? So I mean, how often does she really talk about it or like stockpile you? Tell people my mom is pregnant, but she's not keeping the baby, or how many times did you have to go through that with her?
well, I,
Right,
I
but
mean
it's crazy
eventually
that a
she
6-year-old knew
learned.
what she was talking about. That's what makes
Or
it so
five at that
amazing.
time.
Yeah,
But eventually
exactly.
she learned the word surrogate, so then she just started saying my mom's a surrogate.
Yeah, and I mean,
Wow.
and other kids her age or even older would wouldn't understand what that meant. But the fact that she did, it's just like it's kind of almost like part of our job. To make her just so educated in so many different ways that you wouldn't expect. Like, what? A 5-year-old knows what a surrogacy is, and
She knew
and
more
and the
than
old man,
Papa.
exactly, and the old man like Pop don't even understand this. You know, that's just beautiful. That's just really beautiful. And I'm very proud of the amount of what's the word patience in a sense and focusedness that she was able to produced to be able to understand what was going on, and then the fact that she enjoyed it and she had just as much love and care into it as we did, very proud father of her, because it just shows me how much of a great person she's going to grow to be.
But even like them, they, they treated her just as equal,
Yes, they
in the
did.
process.
Yeah,
Yes,
yes,
they
You
they
know,
did.
they gifted her with gifts too, and they
you know, they gave me a gift. I was like, oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
they were. I mean, when I tell you these people, they were very nice, very loving, easy to get along with, and you couldn't help but to love them and to just, welcome them into the family. Very,
Absolutely.
very nice
Yeah,
men.
that's a great experience to share. Like very, very inspiring experience.
Yeah,
Yes.
and like you said, welcome them to the family because they definitely family. And just as much as we made them into our families, they have made us into their families, and their parents and their families are just as you know great people as they are, and you can tell that they have some great upbringings. And I mean, it was just all natural and genuine,
yeah,
Okay.
they
So
messaged me, the grandparents, I guess technically, they message me every once in a while, and ask me how I'm doing, and
Oh,
um same thing, ask me how we're all doing, saying how happy they are to be, grandparents, and
are
you
they
know
planning to come down when you have the baby?
no, probably
probably
not, because
eventually.
it'll be around the, I mean, if,
Oh, when we
well,
have our baby, oh,
Yeah.
probably not yet. That'll probably be a little too rough. But as far as coming back to visit us and bring the babies and
Once they
even
get a little bit
their
older.
parents, definitely, like we said, we plan on this is for life,
Right.
So you
we'll be over
know,
there.
yeah, we'll go over there. They'll come over here, and birthdays to be celebrated still together. Valentina's birthday just passed, and they sent her a gift. You
Right.
know,
Oh yeah, I
this
forgot
wa-
about
this
that.
wasn't this wasn't no no phony
Thank you
shit.
very much. Nice knowing you, type
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, right, yeah. Nothing about this was phony. This was
And
all
even
genuine,
that,
legit. With
I
love and care
remember
for each other.
we all sat one day over dinner and kind of talked about it, and on both sides, on, me and Don Ray, and on them, we both kind of said how we want this to be like a forever thing.
Right.
you know they
Which
want
that has
the
to feel amazing on their side and our side. To know that both
Sure.
sides is 1,000% into this for the long run. Because we could have been like, we want this for the long run. They're like, you know what I mean.
Mhm.
But to know that it was equal love and care. I mean, like I said, it doesn't get no more beautiful than that.
And then on top of that, for those babies to one day meet the
Right.
the person, people that brought them into. Anna, it says your device is not connecting. You might have to come try it again. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. Um, to know that one day those kids will meet y'all and know, you know, how they got
Yeah.
here.
And,
That's
that's a quality point that you make, because a lot of these, surrogate, kids may never be able to meet the people that help bring them into this world. But with
mm,
this, there's no secret to it. Eventually they will learn and understand and have questions for their parents, which will be able to be like, they'll already be familiar with who we are, and it'll help them as far as their growing process. Also,
right.
there won't be no, in a sense, uncomfortableness with their self because they know in a sense that they weren't produced exactly the natural way in a sense.
Because even through these years, as they grow older and y'all keeping in contact and sending pictures and video timing or chat timing, whatever you call it, y'all gonna be seeing them grow, and they're gonna be knowing who y'all are. Even if it takes 5 years before they meet you, they're gonna already know who you are because
Right.
y'all
And
And
but
it,
Anna, in a sense, I know emotionally you don't have that connection, but you are the only mom that they actually have.
That's a little weird.
Even though I know you don't feel like that, but it gives no. But what I'm saying is that it gives them some some semblance of like the way that they grow, that they will grow, because they will know of knowing, well, I had a mom somewhere. Because
Right.
even though we know that they are the parents, we know how babies happen. And
Hmm.
so sometimes, and so I know you don't have that emotional connection, but for them it gives them some type of sense of, this is where I came from.
Yeah.
I think that that is all important to kids. A lot of times, is just knowing where did I come from, so they know that, they know that I have these two parents who love me, and yes, I'm biologically connected to them. But babies are born from a mom and a dad, and a lot of times, like I know when I watch like different documentaries on individuals looking after they've been products of fertility treatment, they have this sense of wanting to know, and you are continuing this system of care by just giving them that, because of some of these kids, they don't have that. And if you watch the documentaries, like, they have voids because of that. So like I said, y'all are extraordinary for so many reasons, in my opinion.
That
Right.
is true because I've seen a couple people on TikTok, other surrogates, and they basically say that the parents, it's like a closed surrogate. Like after that,
Right.
they don't
Yeah.
want to deal with them anymore, in a sense that they don't, they closed it off. Like there's no communication after delivery.
And
Right.
that
I have
sucks.
to
That
second
sucks.
what Carla said. Like when you put all the pieces of, blessings, and there's other surrogates out there. I don't know how many is, I'm sure there is some, but when you look at the miracle you made or gave, the blessing you gave to the people that you gave it to, and then there was a relationship, a bond, a family that grew in that, baby. Well, I'm sorry, Downright. What was you saying?
No, I wasn't saying that. Yeah, you hit on the spot exactly.
Yeah, it's just every time, like we're trying to end this, but things just keep coming out because it's really a
Such a
special
selfless
thing.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, especially like I said when we think about it being two men, um they would not have been able to do that unless they did it in a way um that was kind of against their sexuality, which was like, okay, we want a baby so bad, so I'm gonna go ahead and let which one of us gonna do this with something that we don't have no desire for, just to produce this child to call our own. And for some people, because you remember a couple of years ago, I forget it where it was at, but it was somewhere close by us, either between me and you, Carla. And the people wanted to get married. I think when marriage was being legalized, and a caterer did not want to do their wedding cake. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
So you
Yeah.
got people out here that are so ignorant and prejudiced and judgmental that they would deny someone a service that you're supposed to be giving because of what you feel is not right or not of God, or a disgrace or whatever. So for that alone, that's why I asked you, was there were there long hunt because maybe they couldn't find an applicant that was willing to say, yeah, I don't mind doing it for the, this type parent. So that alone just give me I'll give you my kudos for that, because there
Well,
was
I gotta say, um, I mean, obviously, like I said, no, most of it is just like, medically and like things that they had to do as far as, paperwork, money wise, things like that. They didn't ever say it was ever like
No, but
a
Anna,
hill that.
remember when you, well, yeah, but I'm gonna cut you off. But remember during the paperwork process on their side and our side, and we're talking
they asked that
individually. So that's
question.
now four. There's four different individual paperwork that question is asked. Are you
Well, yeah,
comfortable?
but I just mean
You know,
like, like as far as now, like surrogate aside, you know, um, medically speaking, a lot of fertility clinics, they kind of advertise like gay friendly in a sense.
Hmm.
They
Um,
have to be. They have to be.
Right,
Hmm.
discrimination. So,
Yeah,
so that
exactly.
was one of the questions you're saying.
well, yeah,
Hmm.
on the application that
Hmm.
I had to fill it out, and even like well, they didn't really ask it. I don't think when we did the match call, but like on the application and when I did the interview with her,
Hmm.
um, yeah, like I said, it asks, will you do a Muslim couple, a white couple, a Jewish couple, a gay couple, a
And
single
probably,
parent.
for them, the attendees, they seeing, oh, all right, well, first of all, this couple said they're okay with a gay couple. And then on top of that, seeing that we were African American, Puerto Rican, and Mexican,
Minorities.
minorities, But I really throw out, because they are of Hispanic descent. So
Right.
with that, it's kind of like almost draws a question mark, like, that's not really seen usually. You know what I mean? Honestly, it's morely, Caucasians that
Right.
would
Right. Yeah.
do it. So for them, it's like, yeah, let me choose them and do this phone interview and see what it's looking like based upon the conversation. So once we had the phone interview and the conversation with them, it was just like, hell yeah, they're it. They're the ones, And
But
then
Well, another thing, Don Ray, is that Anna had a husband. A lot of
yeah,
surrogates do not have a husband.
Hmm.
mm,
that's true.
So that might have been
I heard
another
you say
appealing.
that you could. So you said that they like the surrogates to be already mothers, right? So why is it so easy that they will allow a woman to be a parent who's single?
What do you mean?
Because you said, how did you say it? Even, do you mind, caring for a single person? So you know how sometimes when you want to adopt, they won't let you if you don't have a husband because they wanted to be in a family.
Well, I just want to say that's a myth, because that's not true.
What was
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
for
They
adoption?
Yeah, they don't. I mean, maybe back in the day, but they don't care
not
about that.
anymore. Hmm.
Um,
That's not a requirement. And even being a surrogate, it's not required that that I'm married or in a relationship. I could be
No,
a
no,
Right.
no, not
lesbian.
you. The attended parent is single. That don't.
I mean, I hate to be like this, but for real, it's all about money. If you can pay for it, they
Yep.
don't care.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. It's a lot of single women because you have a lot of women who were career driven, and
Right.
Hmm.
they didn't have time for relationships. They
Right.
that
Yeah.
didn't get them. And so yeah, it's a lot of single women who utilize fertility treatment. It's like I said, it's a lot. They have to be gay friendly because that's like they're major consumers,
Right.
Hmm.
so like Anna said, whatever is going to bring the money, they don't care. They're
Right.
not. you know they even I had a couple a male couple. They were discordant couple. One male was positive, the other one wasn't, and they were able to find a surrogate to carry the baby because they were able to send the embryos to the Bedford stem cell research in order to make sure that the baby did none of the cells had HIV, but they mixed their sperm.
What?
Um,
Wow.
so all of these things are caveats that cost more money, and so anything that they can offer that makes more money, they will do it. It's not about Cookie. They're not looking into what we would deem especially traditional ethic, like what you're thinking about is old traditional ethical norms
Right.
that society functioned under. It's different now, and so they don't care about any of that as long as they can pay.
Wow. I mean, I guess that's a good thing, though, right?
I mean, not necessarily, but really, that's how America is run. I mean,
Exactly.
you get better treatment if you pay more. And I'm
You
not
took the
talking just
words out
medically
my mouth.
wise. You
Right.
go to a concert, guess what? You pay for VIP, you gonna get treated better. You pay for
So,
Right.
first class
so,
on an airplane, you get treated better.
Right.
so like you
You
said
got the
with
money for it.
so like you said with the lady, what Carla was saying, they didn't bother to really look into that mother who had some type of mental issue. Because when didn't she have to fill out a application and give her medical?
Yeah. So the thing is that the psychiatrist wasn't, or psychologist, just everyone she saw, because it's different standards depending on where and what state. But whichever one she saw, they did not care enough about the issue in order to stop her from moving forward with the treatment. But the birth mother is saying that if she had known that, she wouldn't have agreed to have babies for them.
So they just withheld something that,
Right.
I mean, they all knew, but it's just a thing of like they don't think it's that serious.
Right. They didn't think the professional that cleared her, the psychiatric professional who cleared them to move forward, it wasn't that big of an issue. But the birth mother is saying that if she had known that, she would not have selected to go forward with them.
So,
But
do
see,
you
and that,
think that what we just talked about, was it really that they didn't think it was that serious, or was they just looking about the money?
It could
Like,
be about that she's just lying and she didn't want to
they
give
just
the
want to
baby.
keep those people's baby, huh?
Yeah, it could be none of the above. Yeah, and then she was just lying and didn't want to get the babies up. But I don't know. She is
Carla, what happened to you? I thought I clicked it back on, but she disappeared. Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like I said, I thank y'all. I know I remember Anna's like, how long is this gonna take? But y'all went viral because I'm grateful that y'all stayed as long as y'all did. I appreciate y'all answering all the questions and giving your life experience and journey of this. And I hope that a lot of people got something out of it. Is there any because I don't think maybe Carla's phone died. Is there any last words, or do y'all want to continue on, or start a
no,
new topic? I know y'all. I'm Tina sleep. I'm sure by now.
yeah, and I'm about to go to sleep.
I know you are, baby. I appreciate you because I know it's way past your bedtime. I know that it is. But I just want to say thank you. I love you both, and I'm gonna go out with a song. I need to take my butt to bed. I got to get up in 6 hours. Um, but I appreciate y'all, and
Yeah,
thank you
thank you
so
for
much.
having us. And just remember, if none the moral of the whole story is just try to, give love, care, and blessings to other people. Just have an open
That's
heart
my
and
son, y'all. That's my son. Talks just like his mama. Yes, we all about love. This is not no phony. It's cookie the real, and we are real about what we say and who we are. We try to share the love, and no family's perfect. Um,
I'm perfect.
Anna is, yes, baby, you are perfect. You gave the perfect gift. You did the perfect selfless thing that I can think of. So for that, yes, I will. And I usually don't say anybody perfect. For this, you were perfect for them and for the world. And I thank you. So with that, any last words?
Let's go to sleep.
Let's go to sleep. I love y'all, and y'all
night.
have a blessed night.
Love you.
Love you
Love you.
too. Listen to
Talk to
your
you later,
cousin's
bro.
song. I'm going to play your cousin.
All right.
All right, baby. I hope that y'all enjoyed tonight's commentary. Like I said, that was my son and his wife. and I sure do appreciate them. Okay, I must have did something wrong. Here we go. I'm always messing up. So yeah, let me know if you can hear it if it's still there.
I stare at my reflection in the mirror. Why am I doing this to myself? Losing my mind on a tiny error. I nearly left the real me on the shelf. No, 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 no. Don't lose who you are in a blur of stars. Seeing is deceiving, dreaming is believing. It's okay not to be okay. Sometimes it's hard to follow your heart. Tears don't mean you're losing, everybody's bruising. Just be true to who you are. No, 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 no. Brushing my hair so I look perfect. I forgot what to do to fit the mold. The more I try, the less it's working. Yeah, yeah. 'Cause everything inside me screams no, 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 no. Yeah, don't lose who you are in a blur of the stars. Seeing is deceiving, dreaming is believing. It's okay not to be okay. Sometimes it's hard to follow your heart. No tears don't mean you're losing, everybody's bruising. Nothing wrong. Yes, those ego fake shows like whoa, just go and leave me alone. Real talk, real life, good love, good night with a smile. That's my heart. Yeah, yeah. That's my heart. Yeah. Ooh.
I'm sorry. I hope that I was talking. I probably was talking to myself. Um, but y'all probably didn't hear anything I said. I was just thanking my son and his wife, Anna. Like I said, you are a beautiful person inside and out. And it's such a blessing that you've given. And I want to thank my son for picking such a wonderful wife. Um, Everything I had said before, y'all didn't even hear me because once again, I messed it up. But I appreciate y'all sharing your journey and your experience with this blessing that y'all put out there into the world. And I hope that someone got something out of it to maybe want to do the same, or at least to know that they got options out there if they need that type of assistance. So once again, thank everybody for coming and dropping in. I hope y'all enjoyed the conversation. I love you all, and I know y'all know what I said. Y'all will see me tomorrow, but you know I always take a couple of days off because I want to make sure that I bring y'all the best commentary that love can bring you and that is blessed with God's directions and guidance. So with that, I love you all. Good night. I will be doing a live tomorrow because I'm going to be somewhere having fun. Y'all going to see me having some fun. Probably, I hope y'all see me have some fun and not see me crying. But I love you all. God bless you and good night.